I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13 Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Every time you run into Silver, we should reach you. And then I just looked at the jury and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you want to come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done on your YouTube channel.
Hi. Oops. Hi. Hello. Hello. I was recording, so I got to make sure all my stuff is changed. Hello. Hello, my friends. Hello. Hello. It is good to see you. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, my loves. Big day. We're starting a new trial, and I'm finishing my lunch. Snack pack. We're starting a new trial. And we have other stuff. We have other stuff to talk about. We have other stuff to do. Yesterday, let's see. Oops. Close this. Close that. Yesterday, we got a verdict in the Thao trial. I was working like 16 hours yesterday. And so I was at my computer and I had the notification set for the local news place where we've been watching the trial. And I was expecting that if it came back, and I checked a couple times earlier in the day, but then I got super involved in what I was doing and didn't check in the afternoon. And apparently it came in the afternoon. So by the time I finished working last night at like 2 or 3 a.m., I looked and apparently they had done the verdict. So we're about to watch it together. We are about to watch it together. He's not pro se anymore. I sure wish he was. I wish he was. That would have made it even more interesting. Even more interesting. Beverly Knights, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. You the best. Let me get our verdict. Gotta get our verdict.
Count.
Verdict. And I guess I didn't see where the local news place where we were watching it, I didn't even see where they came back. So they may not have even come back, which may be why we didn't see it. Could be. Not sure. Just making things up. But that's okay. We're about to watch it together as a family. I am Michelle Dunn. Let me tell you what's going on. I will be dropping the podcast at some point tomorrow. One of them. So I'm putting out 2 this week. One on, okay, so here's what happened. I started doing, before we watch this, let me tell you, we'll take 2 minutes and talk about the podcast. I started doing like a super deep dive. I went down the rabbit hole, like head first, like all up in there. I went down the rabbit hole. There's so much, y'all. On Ashley Benfield, there's so much that didn't come out in court that was part of the civil stuff, the family stuff. And I mean, hundreds and hundreds of pages of text messages and WhatsApp messages and emails and all this stuff. I went through all of it. And it took a really long time, but it gave me a much clearer idea of kind of what was going on. And I'll be honest, you know, I told y'all with the whole Ashley Benefield thing that I was struggling because parts of what she was saying I found very credible and parts of it seemed off to me. But I also am very well aware that given my history, I am not able to look at it objectively, which is why I withheld most of my opinions from this, because this is not one with my history. This is not one that I can look at objectively. And I know that about myself. So I withheld most of my opinions. We talked about it, you know, about different things. But this is just not one that I can remove myself emotionally from. So I did go down the rabbit hole, and I was planning on doing a episode, like I'm going to start doing the jury duty episodes again, where it's just kind of covering, I was planning on just doing one trial per episode. However, then the deep dive started, and that you can't fit all that in one episode. So this one's going to be multiple. I don't know. Anyway, so it's going to take a while. So tomorrow there will be an episode released. It will probably be the Ashley Benefield one. The Karen Reed one will probably not be released until Friday. So we're getting 2 episodes this week. You're still going to get your weekly Canton episode, but I'm also going back to doing the jury duty episodes, because I haven't done those in a while because it was too hard to try to cover a whole nother trial when we were going through Karen Reed stuff. So but there's so much to the Benefield one, y'all. So we are going to get that new episode tomorrow, and we are going to get the Karen Reed one on probably Friday. So we'll see how it goes. But you'll get it sometime before the end of the week. All right, so let's watch the verdict.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We're going to begin with breaking news.
Hello, Michael. It is nice to see you, but we don't want to hear you.
The jury reached a
There we
verdict.
go.
Can you give it to Terry and she'll...
I like this judge. I'm going to miss this little judge and his smiley face.
State of Wisconsin versus Nya Thao, Lacrosse County case number 21 CF 582. Verdict, count 1. We the jury find Nya Thao guilty as to count 1 as charged in the information. Signed by the foreperson. Count 2. We the jury find Nya Thao guilty as to count 2 as charged in the information. Signed by the foreperson. Count 3. We the jury find Nya Thao guilty as to count 3 as charged in the information. Signed by the foreperson. Count 4. We the jury find Nya Thao guilty as to count 4 as charged in the information. Signed by the foreperson. Dated this 13th day of August, 2024.
He gone.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask you if that's your verdict as to each count. If you can all say yes, then we'll go to whether we should poll the jury. Members of the jury, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Yes. Members of the jury, as to count 2, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Members of the jury, as to count 3, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Members of the jury, as to count 4, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Does the state wish to poll the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Nelson?
I think it's required.
I'm not sure. But anyways, so what I'm going to do is start with 1 up here and then move. I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That makes sense. Everybody understands that? You're all nodding yes. Juror number 1, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 2, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 3, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 4, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 5, as to count 1, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 7, is to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 8, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 9, as to count 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 10, as to count 1, is that your...
Okay, spoiler alert, they all say it's their verdict. So he was found guilty of all 4 charges, which means the 3 counts, sorry, I'm finishing my pudding. The 3 counts of first degree intentional homicide and the 1 count of having a firearm by a convicted felon. So, guilty on all counts. I love pudding cups. Lunch of champions. It's all good. Member for 1 whole year. Happy 1-year anniversary. Happy 1-year anniversary. Breezy. Member for 15 whole months. Happy 15 months. Happy 15-month anniversary. Happy. Are we going to break for Sarah Boone Esquire when she starts? Oh, actually, yeah, it's at 2 o'clock. Is that right? Did I make that up? What happened? What happened? My mouse stopped working. I just changed these batteries yesterday. Can't be the batteries. What is happening? Blow on it like a Nintendo game. That works, right? We'll go with it. That's how I used to fix Nintendo games. It's not working. Why isn't it working? I just changed these batteries. Bam! Worked. Okay. Now I forgot what I was doing anyway. Oh, Sarah Boone Esquire. Yeah, what time is her? Is it at 2 o'clock or did I make that up in my mind? Let's see. Oh, the docket doesn't have the time. Okay, we'll have to look. Sherboone. I think oh, that's not it. That's old. The docket doesn't have the time, so we'll have to see. We'll see when it comes on. But yeah, we definitely want to watch that. If y'all can find the time, because I don't see it, and it's not on the docket from the court. Dawn B, welcome, new member, welcome. You live here now. 1:30. Huh. I don't know why I had two in my head. Let's see if we can find it. We'll see. Um, I don't see it on here, so we'll have to see if we can find it. But we'll definitely look. The sentencing for which one? For Benefield or for Thao? Tao's not going anywhere. He's I don't think he's eligible for parole after three counts. I don't think he's going anywhere. The sentencing for Ashley Benefield is October 22nd, I believe. So we need to put that on the calendar as well. Have you heard of USB mouse rechargeable? No, I have not. Look, unless y'all tell me about things, or sometimes my youngin' does, I don't hear about it. Tech's not my jam. It's not really my thing. Fur Baby's mom, get to 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Fur Baby's mom. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sarah Boone is guilty. She ain't innocent. She ain't innocent. I think that with that video, she's gonna have a hard time. Between the video and representing herself, she's gonna have a hard time. That's okay. Let's see. We have, let me get out of this one and get us to our Robert Tellis. Vegas. Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Okay. Arlene, remember for 6 whole months. 6 whole months. Welcome to your 7th month. Welcome. Oop, there we go. My mouse is still acting funny. It's okay. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so for those of you who missed the introduction to this one, basically, Robert Tellis, not a good dude. Not a good dude. He is kind of a douche. And by kind of, I mean, like, he's, like, you know. He has a long history of sexual misconduct in the workplace, doing creepy stuff like getting all up in their ears and whatnot, just grossness. Having meetings in the backseat of a female coworker's car. He gives me the creeps too. He gives me the creeps too. And probably because we just know what a creep he is. So he's not a good dude. He's kind of a jerk. Some of the employees that were in the office that he was elected to tried to report him and were basically told, there's nothing we could do about it. He's an elected official. So they were desperate and wanted to do something because they weren't even allowed to talk. He told them that they're not even allowed to talk in the office. They were scared to even have like good morning conversations. So they went to the journalist, Jeff Gehrman, who is known for exposing corruption and all kinds of messiness in people, and he ain't scared. So he wrote some articles that were all about Tellus and all the things he was doing. And then he was about to expose some more stuff and release some emails when Tellus found out. It was pretty much right after that Gehrman was found stabbed to death in his yard. The assassin, it's a very dramatic word, was caught on camera wearing this big straw hat with one of those like hall monitor, whatever, one of those reflective type shirts and all of that. And the type of car he was driving and the color were caught on camera, which it just so happens that Robert Tellus's wife has a car, same color, registered in her name. That was outside of Tellus's home after this. And the fancy straw hat and the hall monitor getup that were found at his home when it was searched, and his DNA was found under Jeff Gehrman's fingernails. So he says he is being framed. We'll see. Nosy Rosie, welcome. Welcome back. Welcome. Miss Kitty, member 7 whole months, mostly a lurker, but love it here. We love having you here. Happy 7 months. He obviously didn't think it through. I think he seems like he comes across as that type that just thinks that he's above everything, like he can't get caught. He's smarter than everybody else. He strikes me as that type. So I guess he thought that he could just do whatever he wanted and not get caught. Oh, I know the type. So super annoying, but that's where we are. He was having to represent himself, and I was excited about that, to be honest, because, you know, those are always a train wreck. But he is not representing himself anymore. Now he has an attorney. There were some big kind of legal arguments back and forth. When Gehrman was killed, they had his laptop and phone and all this kind of stuff that had privileged information on it, protected by First Amendment. He's a journalist, so he had, you know, confidential sources, all kinds of stuff like that. So the place where he was working, the Review Journal, Las Vegas Review Journal, I think is what it is. They've been going back and forth with the court about releasing some of this stuff. So the hearing that we watched the other day, they finally were turning over all of the rest of the information from his computers, laptops, whatever. And in the hearing, Tellus actually forfeited, and the judge asked, like, what, 2 or 3 times, right? Like, making sure, like, you know, and the prosecutors. Oh, and the prosecutors are the same ones who prosecuted Thami. So we are back in Vegas with our Thami prosecutors, who we actually really liked. We liked our Thami prosecutors. And the dude prosecutor, I can't remember his name because I'm not very good with names unless I have them on a spreadsheet. But the dude prosecutor, he was snarky in his closings with Thami. So kind of sarcastic, which I liked, because I too have a sarcastic side. So I relate to that. So that's that. So now we're just waiting. It's going to be starting soon. They have a 10:30 start time, and it's in Vegas. So we're doing this one live. Moving forward, we will probably start an hour late so that way we can skip break. Maybe start an hour and a half late so we can skip break and sidebars. But we will mostly be doing it live-ish. But we went live today because It's day one. We want to see it. Because why not? Because why not? I needed a break from the podcast to hang out. So that's what we're doing. We're live today. And then the rest of the time will be just live-ish. Also, I have a meeting today. So depending on what time they finish for the day, we may have to cut out a little bit early. But if we do, that's okay. We'll catch the last 30 minutes to an hour, or whatever we end up missing. If they, depending on their time, we can catch it tomorrow. The Thao verdict we watched just a little bit ago. Just a little bit ago. My computer's going slow for some reason. Or maybe it's just my mouse again. Hello, hello. Thank you very much. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Oh, Robert Draskovich is the male prosecutor with the sarcasm. I love that. I love that. Love the sarcasm. What was the verdict? Thao was found guilty on all counts. So 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide and 1 count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So he's in big trouble. Big trouble. Huge. Huge. Hi, big girl. Oh, hi. You're very pretty. Hi. That one was a sad one. I think the saddest thing about the Thao trial for me was hearing when they were talking about driving the victims out there, and they said something about Trevor Maloney, you know, kind of pleading with him, saying, you know, I have 2 beautiful daughters at home and stuff like that. That was really sad to me. That part made me really sad. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why my computer's going slow. Wait, maybe if I get rid of... StreamYard Vegas. Okay, maybe that helps. Let's see if that does anything. Computer never goes slow. All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if that works. That. Okay. All right. This does seem like an interesting one. I think that this one's going to be a doozy. This one's going to be a doozy. It'll be interesting. And this is one that I know some of y'all have requested. It is just the mouse. See if that helps. Okay. Dang it. There we go. I can't wait to hear what the employees have to say. Yeah. They were not fans. I think they said, oh, and they said he's planning on testifying in his own defense. Typical narcissist. Gotta control the narrative, right? I don't hear construction. No, they are not over there today. I have not heard them today. Which is good. I was recording this morning and it makes it harder to record when I'm having to go between hammering and moving stuff. Plus screaming children in the hallways, etc. Is the trial starting today? Yes, it is starting today. Sometime, at some point, any minute. Any minute. This is what I don't like about not speed trialing, though. Waiting on them to be on their time. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that at all. I like speed trialing. Sue, thank you for covering this. Brandi, I've been following it for a year. I agree that it would have been more fun if Telus were representing himself. I think it always is, isn't it? It always is. I like it when it's like watching a train wreck. Especially somebody like him who's, you know, cocky, but also knows enough about the law to not be a Sarah Boone. Because I think that Sarah Boone, watching Sarah Boone represent herself is going to be kind of, it's definitely going to be train wreckish, but it's also going to be super frustrating watching that because, Lord knows, she's, oh, that's going to be painful. Painful's a good word for it. Painful's definitely a good word for it. It's probably the most accurate word for it. I can't stand the little girl voice she uses either. Isn't it funny how there's been a few people that we've seen that do that? Ashley Benefield used her voice was very like baby girl kind of whatever. Who else? I feel like there's more. There's been more that we've had that have had that same voice. And it with some of them, it just doesn't come across very natural. Shabusiness. Wasn't it Shabusiness that, like, when she answered stuff, it sounded like that? And we were like, really? That's coming out of her? Especially once you know, like, when you know what she's done. But Not Letitia. Not Letitia. What's sustained mean? What's an objection? Judge, do you have a gavel? Can I bang your gavel? Letitia was more, well, it depends. When she was, depends on which personality was talking. That woman. Not a fan. Not a fan. I wonder if y'all can hear, oops. Default. I'm going to see if I can make this so that I can wear these and you can still hear sound. Headphones. Input. Let's test it out before it starts. See if it works. See if it works. Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? You don't hear me talking? Dang. I don't know how to make it so that I can wear... No, not me talking. Me talking like the replay of me talking. Let's see, audio. See, Bluetooth. Hold on. We're going to put, this is the replay of me. Oops. Tell me if you can hear this. Dang. I don't know why when I put my headphones in, these, y'all can't hear it anymore. And I have to have my big headphones on. I don't know why. Audio. Yeah, it's Bluetooth. But I changed the settings, so it should... Because I can hear it. So it's connected. And it shows on my stuff that it's what y'all should be hearing. try one more time. Let's try one more time. Let's spy on Baker. See if you can hear this.
Yes, according to this lady. No one else heard the bodily harm.
Can you hear Baker?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
I am completely wrong on the law. Okay.
Oh, you can hear it now.
Then I'm completely wrong. I'm happy that you enlightened me.
Do you need this out here? Yes. Okay, no problem.
Okay, good. Look at me pressing buttons and figuring stuff out.
By the
Just turn it off and turn it back on. Or unshare it and then reshare it, I guess is what I should say. Oh, we're live. We're live. Wait, move me. Move me. Why am I not moving? There I go. We're live. Oh, look at her fancy earrings. Isn't that nice? Who was it that said that the judge reminded them of Cyndi Lauper? Why can't you see me? What do you mean? Yeah, there's no sound yet. I'm here. There's no actual audio yet. It's just like static. Like that white noise. Are they going to give us audio? Hello? Somebody's got to turn their mute button off. What is this fancy thing? Oh, is that an Elmo? I see it now. Fancy. Oh. All right, come on, give us some audio. Hello, excuse me. Hello, excuse me. I'm getting annoyed. Let me go to court TV. I guess hopefully it's... Oh, actually, here, let me do.
Robert Tellis, accused by the Clark County Grand Jury of the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, felony, committed at and within the county of Clark, state of Nevada, on or about the 2nd day of September 2022 as follows. Did willfully and lawfully with malice aforethought kill Jeffrey Gehrman, who is 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gehrman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person. Dated this 19th day of October 2022, Stephen B. Wilson, Clark County District Attorney, signed by Pamela Weckerly, Chief Deputy District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty.
Thank you. This case is based on the indictment which has just been read to you by the clerk of the court. You should distinctly understand that the indictment is simply a charge and that it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations it contains. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to the indictment. The state therefore has a burden of proving each of the elements as alleged in their charging document by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the defendant sits here today, he is presumed innocent. The purpose of this trial is to determine whether the state of Nevada will meet their burden of proof. It is your primary responsibility as jurors to find and determine the facts. Under our system of criminal procedure, you are the sole judge of the facts. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence, including exhibits introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may be properly drawn from the evidence. The parties may sometimes present objections to some of the testimony or other evidence. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer, who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times I may sustain objections or direct that you disregard certain testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Remember, statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorneys stipulate as to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defendant. Both sides are entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may take into consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or to the state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements, and all of the facts and circumstances in evidence. Thus you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact from which, if proven, you may infer the existence of a second fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence in deciding this case. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Opening statements and closing arguments of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. No statement, ruling, remark, or comment which I make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate my opinion as to how you should decide the case or to influence you in any way in your determination of the facts. At times, I may even ask questions of witnesses. If I do so, it is for the purpose of bringing out matters which I feel should be brought out, and not in any way to indicate my opinion about the facts or to indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. I may also find it necessary to admonish the attorneys, and if I do, you should not show prejudice against a lawyer or his or her client because I have found it necessary to admonish him or her. Until the case is submitted to you, you must not discuss it with anyone, even with your fellow jurors. After it is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you under instructions from the court. The trial will proceed in the following manner. The Deputy District Attorney will make an opening statement, which is an outline to help you understand what the state expects to prove. Next, the defendant's attorney may, but is not required to make an opening statement. Opening statement serves an introduction to the evidence which the party making the statement intends to prove. The state will then present its evidence, and counsel for the defendant may cross-examine the witnesses. Following the state's case, the defendant may present evidence, and the Deputy District Attorney may cross-examine the witnesses. However, as I have said, the defendant is not obligated to present any evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, I will instruct you on the law. After the instructions on the law have been read to you, each side will have the opportunity to present oral argument. What is said in closing argument is not evidence. The arguments are designed to summarize and interpret the evidence. Since the state has a burden of proving the defendant guilty by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has the right to open and close the arguments. After the arguments have been completed, you will then retire to deliberate upon your verdict. Again, let me remind you that until the case is submitted to you, do not talk to each other about anyone who has anything to do with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide upon your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about it until after you've been discharged by the court. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report that to me immediately by contacting the court marshal. Do not read any news stories or articles or listen to any radio or television reports about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. As jurors, you will be given the opportunity to ask written questions of the witnesses called to testify in this case. You are not encouraged to ask large numbers of questions because that is the primary responsibility of counsel. Questions may be asked, but only in the following manner. After both lawyers have finished questioning the witness, and only at this time, if there are additional questions you would like to ask the witness, you may then seek permission to ask that witness a written question. Should you desire to ask a question, write your question down with your juror number on a full sheet of clean paper and raise your hand. All questions from jurors must be factual in nature and designed to clarify information already presented. In addition, jurors must not place undue weight on the responses to their questions. The court marshal will pick up your question and present it to the court. All questions must be directed to the witness and not to the lawyers or to the court. After consulting with counsel, I would then determine if your question is legally proper. If I determine that your question may properly be asked, I will ask the question. No adverse inference should be drawn if the court does not allow a particular question. I do follow that procedure pretty strictly, so you'll know when it's your opportunity to ask written questions. When the witness is done being questioned by both sides, I'm going to turn to the witness. I'm going to thank them for being here, and I'm going to excuse them from their subpoena. If you want to ask a written question, just please get my attention. I will have the witness stay here until you have an opportunity to write your question down and present it to the court. What I don't do is after I do excuse a witness from their subpoena, I will not require them to come back to the courthouse to answer a written question by a juror. So just please get my attention before I do excuse that juror if you do have a written question. Also, when you came in, there were notebooks on your chairs. Those are your notebooks. They must remain in the courtroom at all times until you go back to deliberate upon your verdict. In the front, there's a pocket you can open up. There's a sheet of paper, and that just gives you information about where you are and phone numbers in case you have any type of emergency when we're out of session. You can take that piece of paper with you when you leave. Everything else must stay in the courtroom at all times. The instructions I had given you are in there. The admonishment that I'm required to give you every time we take a recess is in there as well. And if you need to refer to the procedure to ask written questions, that is in there as well. Also, at the very end, there should be some paper there for you to take notes. You're not required to take notes, but you may take notes. When you go back to deliberate upon your verdict, you will not have a transcript. So it will be your memories collectively And any notes that you have taken, you'll be able to share those and refer to those during your deliberations. At the end of the day, the court marshal is under court order to collect those notebooks. He puts them in a safe place. I assure you, I will not let anyone have access to those notebooks. They will be kept strictly confidential. Your notes will be kept confidential. And when you come in the next morning, your notebooks will be on your chairs waiting for you. At this time, the state of Nevada may address the jury panel in their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, this is Pamela Weckerly, I think was her name.
Morning. All day long on September the 2nd of 2022, Roy and Holly Bailey were concerned about their neighbor across the street. He was a man by the name of Jeffrey Gehrman. The Baileys and Gehrman had been neighbors for over 20 years, so they had come to know each other's habits. And on the 2nd of September of 2022, the Baileys noticed that Mr. Gehrman's garage door was open and his car was parked in his garage, and that was unusual. They called him, they texted him all day on the 2nd of September, and they didn't get a response. Finally, on the evening of the 2nd, Mr. Bailey went over and just shut the garage for Jeff just to protect his house. But at that time, they still hadn't received any response from their calls or texts. On September the 3rd, still having no response, Roy Bailey walked over to Jeff Gehrman's house and was trying to check on him. He found his neighbor, Jeff Gehrman, on the side of his house.
Trigger warning.
Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old at the time, and so initially it was thought that maybe he had had a medical episode. Soon after, though, it was discovered that he had been murdered. Mr. Gehrman had sharp force injuries to multiple parts of his body, all over. He also, when they found him on September the 3rd, had signs of decomposition, indicating that he had not been killed on the 3rd, but was killed earlier. Investigators assessed the crime scene and took note of several things. One of the things they took note of was that Mr. Gehrman's phone was in his pocket. His car keys were in his pocket as well. His wallet with money was on his person as well, suggesting to investigators that robbery was not a motive in this case. Investigators looked around the surrounding area of where Mr. Gehrman was found, and they noticed damage to the bushes in the area of where the body was. They looked closer and actually saw blood on some of the bushes in the area by Mr. Gehrman's body. And they noticed it on some of the outdoor decorations as well, and they took note of that in their investigation. There appeared to be blood on some of those items. Detectives and crime scene analysts looked inside Mr. Gehrman's house as well. Inside the house, there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. All of his valuables were present inside the house. Oops, let me back up just a little bit. Sure. Maybe approach from inside.
Yeah, of course.
Little technical difficulties on their end. Also, trigger warning, they didn't give much warning, but they showed Mr. Gehrman's body. Ricky Watson gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Ricky Watson. Thank you, thank you. Why can't I show it? There we go. Show. Show. Nope. Show. There we go. Thank you so much. True Crime Fangirl, Kim Farnham, Tara Eised, Denise Collard, and Anna Finke. Welcome to the green side. Thank you, Ricky. Yeah, everyone has tech issues. It's not just me. I sort of flick him in the head. Would be nice. Off to a good start.
Just need 5 minutes. Can we get 5 minutes so we can get this thing queued up? It's not responding.
The guy that's under 40 is an IT expert.
Actually switch over to this. Yeah. I just need to see that shots.
My goodness. He just looks smug, doesn't he? Maybe it's just because I don't like him. He looks like he's trying too hard facially. Give y'all Lucy Cam. Something to focus on while we're waiting on them to deal with their tech issues. Look, at least I'm not the only one that has tech issues. That's all I'm saying. He does look arrogant, Michelle Dunn. And I think that part of that is probably just because we know that he is arrogant, maybe. But also, he just looks like it anyway.
Proceed, Your Honor. Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
All right, here we go.
As I was saying, detectives and investigators checked the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house. There was no sign of forced entry. All his valuables were present, and there was no indication that anything had been disturbed anywhere in his house. So the scene ends up being kind of that side area of his house, those bushes, and where his body was. And as I discussed before, his car was present in his garage as well. Investigators did find some clues as to a timeline of the last hours of Mr. Gehrman's life. They looked through his trash and they found a receipt that was dated on September the 2nd, and it was a receipt for Roberto's Taco Shop, and the the transaction time was 9:03 a.m. So detectives go and pull the video from Roberto's Taco Shop to see if they can find Jeff Gehrman present, and he's alive and well at that time. The video time at Roberto's was incorrect, so they went by the cash register receipt, the transaction time, which was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd, and they watched, and he bought his food and went back to the car, and it was uneventful. One thing that was lucky for detectives was that the Baileys, the couple that lived across the street from Mr. Gehrman, had a home surveillance system. And one of their cameras actually pointed to the front of Jeff Gehrman's house. So they pull that video, and they see a figure come to the side of Mr. Gehrman's house. And the figure, as you saw, is dressed in orange. And that person stays lying in wait for Jeff Gehrman.
Where were we before ring cams?
Mr. Gehrman opens his garage and goes over to that side yard, and he's attacked.
I wonder what made him go to the side yard. Maybe we'll find that out. I was thinking that too, Andrew Clark, if he sent some kind of message to come out there, or if he made a noise, or...
After killing Jeff Gehrman, the assailant walks down from the side yard and goes back down Jeff Gehrman Street and just walks away. He's picked up on additional surveillance video a little bit further down the street, and eventually there's surveillance of this individual seen getting into a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And so police try to collect all available video that is present in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jeff Gehrman's body was transported for an autopsy at the Clark County Medical Examiner's office. When his body was at the office, the cause of death was determined to be multiple sharp force injuries. A crime scene analyst attended the autopsy and collected fingernail clippings and scrapings from Jeff Garriman's hands to see if there was foreign DNA present. Those samples were taken to Metro's DNA lab, and foreign DNA was detected in the right fingernail clippings of Jeff Garriman. There was foreign DNA collected, but no one knew who it belonged to. So the murder happens on September the 2nd. Mr. Garriman's body is found on September the 3rd. After that, Metro released through their public information officer images of that assailant and of the vehicle.
That walk.
So after Metro released those images to the public, asking for help if anybody recognized the vehicle or anyone recognized the individuals, they get a lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert Tellis, the defendant. At the time, Mr. Tellis was the elected public administrator for Clark County, and a public administrator, when someone dies, sometimes handles the property and looking for next of kin in order to apportion property after someone's death. And in 2022, Mr. Tellis was running for re-election for his post as the Clark County administrator. And detectives learned that Jeff Garriman had written a series of unflattering articles about Robert Tellis. In those news stories, Garriman alleged that Mr. Tellis had engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a coworker. He alleged that he was a bad manager and that he engaged in favoritism and bullying in the workplace. That was the first article. Mr. Garriman wrote a second article saying that another individual had to be appointed to the public administrator's office in order to take over the management, alleging that Mr. Tellis was a poor manager. Soon after those articles ran in June, Mr. Tellis lost his primary election for public administrator, and Mr. Garriman wrote about that as well. Mr. Tellis responded to the articles written by Mr. Garriman and claimed they were politically motivated, that they were unfair, and he generally disputed what was alleged in those articles. And following this post by Robert Tellis, Jeff Garriman wrote another article about Robert Tellis, alleging many of the things that I had previously discussed. Mr. Tellis also engaged in saying unfavorable things about Mr. Garriman on Twitter. He accused Mr. Garriman of going through his trash. He accused Mr. Garriman of being a bully. He accused Mr. Garriman of threatening him, all over Twitter, which I guess is now X. Meanwhile, the police do more investigation, and they learned that the Tellis family has a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And that is important, obviously, because that is seen in the video connected to the assailant. So the search for video, where it sort of started in Garriman's neighborhood, now focuses kind of on the areas in between Tellis's neighborhood and Garriman's neighborhood. And this is not just like, hey, is there any video out there? They really, really look for video. They have a grid, they assign officers, and everybody is looking for any video of this SUV between the two residences. Now, the police still had their timeline where they could go back, and they knew that Jeff Garriman was alive and well at 9:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And they map out the route between Robert Tellis's house and Jeff Garriman's house. Now, Mr. Tellis lives on a street called Spanish Steps, and to get out of his neighborhood, you go down a street called Silk Tassel, and then you can turn on a street called Red Hills Road. And on the morning of the murder of September the 2nd, officers found video of Mr. Tellis's SUV leaving his neighborhood on the morning of the murder. To give you some reference point, Mr. Gehrman's residence, as I said, is on Bronze Circle. Streets in his area include Wintergreen Drive and Rock Springs Drive, and detectives go all over that area to see if there's any video that they can find of that Yukon in the neighborhood. And they find on the morning of the murder that that Yukon was present on Rock Springs Drive, and they collect that video. Again, the cross street for Bronze Circle, Mr. Gehrman Street, is Wintergreen Drive. They collect video from Wintergreen Drive as well, and they see the red SUV or maroon SUV in the area as well. They see that maroon SUV interact with kind of workers at a construction site.
Not very good at this, is he? Allegedly.
And the SUV does not go in a direct linear line anywhere. It's picked up on cameras at different times in the area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood. One of the cameras picks up the driver of the SUV. You can kind of see that orange clothing, and it appears that the driver is the only one present. At some point, the cameras in that neighborhood pick up this individual getting out of the car. And the individual is seen on Wintergreen, walking past Bronze Circle, going south on Wintergreen, going north, kind of meandering around the neighborhood near Jeff Gehrman's house. Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, going further towards Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, and then ultimately to the side of the house. And then in sequence,
They said he's going to.
The assailant goes to the side of the house. That's when Mr. Gehrman opens his garage door. He goes to the side and he's attacked.
He had to have done something to lure him over there. This is sad, but also I am so glad that he got the DNA under his fingernails. He said in an interview that he's being framed. So we'll see how they approach this to explain how he thinks he's being framed. This one's interesting because there's a lot of evidence.
The assailant leaves Mr. Gehrman there in the rocks, has his bag with him, and walks down the street. He goes further down the street toward Wintergreen, and he ultimately goes back to that maroon SUV. That maroon SUV, though, then proceeds south on Wintergreen, and it actually heads back in the direction of Gehrman's house. And you can kind of see it parked in front. The
neighbors
individual
across
gets
the street
out,
found him.
goes back towards where the body is. And then the individual returns back to the Yukon.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he went back.
The Yukon leaves Bronze Circle, the cul-de-sac for Jeff Gehrman. It goes back on Wintergreen Drive. It goes west on Washington. It goes on Rampart. Goes on Apple. And it goes back to Silk Tassel and Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. So with this video evidence and the evidence of the conflict between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Tellis, the police seek a search warrant on September the 7th, and they want to get a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis. They want to seize his phone, and they also want to search his house. On September 7th, the police make contact with Mr. Tellis, and they photograph him all over. In particular, they photograph his hands, and they notice on one of his fingers he has a Band-Aid. They ask him to remove that Band-Aid, and he has a cut injury on one of his fingers. While detectives are photographing and getting that DNA sample from Mr. Tellis, other detectives go to Mr. Tellis's house and execute a search warrant there. So they go to the house that very same day on September the 7th, and some of the detectives are looking through the living room area of the house, and they're kind of focused on the end of the couch. Sort of underneath, they see a shoe, and there's actually a Ziploc bag on the right side of the photo. They examine the shoe. They find the companion shoe, but that shoe has been cut in half and sort of destroyed. And the bag, that baggie that was underneath that couch, actually contains pieces of the shoe as well. So they collect that evidence. And the reason why that was important for them is they compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September the 2nd. They don't just search in the house, they search in the garage as well, and there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they take a closer look, and they look at that bag there, and they photograph it and impound it, and they believe the bag is significant in their search because the assailant was carrying a bag that's exactly like the one they found in Mr. Tellis's house.
He's so bad at
shoes,
this.
They find the bag. They do a search in this garage, which is quite crowded with stuff. And on this, at the bottom of this red tool cabinet, they find a bag from, like a grocery bag from Sprouts. And inside that bag, they find a hat that has been cut up as well. And the hat, of course, is significant because it has the same identifying characteristics as the hat worn by the assailant. So this is all happening on September the 7th. Detectives return Mr. Tellis back to his house on September the 7th, and they actually rush to process his DNA sample that same day. And it's determined that that foreign DNA that was found in those fingernail clippings taken from autopsy of Jeff Garriman, that foreign DNA is consistent with Robert Tellis. So they go back to his residence with the intent of taking him into custody for the murder of Jeff Garriman. And they come to find eventually that he has inflicted injuries on himself, a suicide attempt, and they have to transport him to the hospital for treatment, but he is taken into custody. After that occurs, remember how I said that? They took his phone as well. They're able to see some of the messages that occurred between Jeff Garriman and Robert Tellis. One of those messages is from Mr. Garriman on May the 10th. You can see it at the bottom of 2022. Where Mr. Garriman says, "Hi, this is Jeff Garriman from the Review Journal. I'm putting together a story on your office. I've talked to several employees who have said you have created a hostile work environment. They also say you've had an inappropriate relationship with one of your staffers, and I very much wanted to talk to you and sort of get your side of the story." After that message was sent, Robert Tellis actually does agree to be interviewed by Jeff Garriman, and he invites him to the public administrator's office, and he sits down with him for an interview. And this is the story that ran digitally for the Review Journal.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and
internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress,
bullying, and favoritism. Robert Tellis, who leads the office, has also faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Tellis disputed several complaints.
Look at the walk.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
Yeah, I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who have all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but again, it's got to be within a certain framework. People just cannot get to do whatever they want, and it's unfortunate that, we've got some people who were here from before who were basically trying to railroad me, and again, you met those other folks, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Tellis, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
Again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, they just don't, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work when I've got these other folks who are constantly, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But, we're doing it, but it's hard.
Tellis denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people raise these allegations about you and quote, personal relationship that you have, what do you say to people about that?
Honestly, it's not true. Like I said, I'm all of my friends, all my family know much I love my wife. And if you look at, obviously you can't talk to people I do with on a daily basis. But from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it's sickening me, it destroys me that somebody would even level accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. It's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any qualms trying to ruin my personal life to win this race.
The digital version also included a link with some video of Mr. Tellis and the person he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with. So after this story ran, Mr. Tellis contacts Jeff Gehrman, and he's upset. He tells Mr. Gehrman, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think he means proof here, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair and balanced." So what happens after that? Mr. Gehrman contacts Robert Tellis again, and this time the communication is about the county deciding to appoint another person within the public administrator's office to help run things. Mr. Gehrman messages Mr. Tellis, "I understand that Mike Murphy has been brought in by the county, hired by the county as a consultant to work in the office with you guys for a while, and I wanted to see if you had any kind of comment about that." Mr. Tellis messages back to Mr. Gehrman, "I will be providing it to you this evening." Later on, Mr. Tellis posts that statement that I had shown you earlier, where he says it's politically motivated, none of the allegations are true, this is unfair, I'm being unfairly attacked. All of the things alleged in those articles are false. And what happens after that? Well, Mr. Gehrman writes the story about the consultant being appointed at the public administrator's office. After those two stories run, Mr. Gehrman contacts Tellis again. He says, "I'm putting together another story on your office." This is now in June the 16th. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view this as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I'd like to get your comments. And Mr. Tellis responds back, "It's fine, at this point they've won, do what you'd like." And of course, after that, Mr. Tellis loses his primary election, so he will no longer be one way or another as of 2023, the public administrator. Another thing that detectives found in Mr. Tellis's phone is something associated with like a phone extraction. So when you have a cell phone, it can be downloaded by this program called Celebrite, and it'll download a lot of the data in your phone. And one of the things that was downloaded from Mr. Tellis's phone is files that he accessed on Google Maps, and you can see their thumbnail photos associated with those maps that he downloaded. And it's probably hard to see because they're little, the thumbnails of what those two pictures are of. But here's a bigger version, and it should look familiar to you because it's the side of Jeff Gehrman's house where Mr. Gehrman's body was ultimately found. And that image was in Mr. Tellis's phone. Detectives also execute a search warrant on the office of Mr. Tellis at the public administrator's office. They search his work computer as well. And in some of the searching on his work computer, they find that he was looking up the make and model associated with Jeff Gehrman's car, which I think is a Honda. So that was found in his work computer as well. And all that all the articles kind of conclude in like late June of 2022. In July of 2022, Mr. Gehrman does a public records request from the county. And the records request is for more documents and communications from the public administrator's office. And specifically, he's asking for emails between Robert Tellis and an individual by the name of Roberta Lee Kennett. He's asking for all communications and messages on Teams, which is a way, inter-office way of communicating. He's asking for text messages from their cell phones, and he notes, probably as all reporters do, that you're required as a county agency to respond to a public records request. That request takes place again in July of 2022. The county notifies Mr. Tellis that, hey, Mr. Gehrman is requesting additional information from the office, and they're going to work to fulfill that public records request. Mr. Tellis responds to the county that he would like to see whatever is going to be provided in the public records request, and asks about how he may be able to do so. And then several weeks pass, and there's another communication from attorneys for the county about the public records request. And if you look at the date and time on this, this is a notification from the DA civil employees about that request on September the 1st of 2022.
The day before.
At 5:45 p.m. So that's about 15 hours before the murder occurs. He gets a notification about Mr. Gehrman's request. On a calendar, there's an email on the 1st at 5:45 p.m. and about 15 hours later, the murder occurs. In the end, this case isn't about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, we'll ask you to hold him responsible for his conduct.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any.
So, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I like your question about, first of all, let me end the, where are you going? Don't go away. Oh, there we go. I liked your question about the opening. Here's my 2 cents on this, which you can take that for what you will. I think that, do they necessarily need to go into all of that? Maybe not, but she does a good job with the openings because it's easy to follow. Some people, where they bounce all around, it makes it like not as easy to follow along with, and you can't keep up with it. But that's a lot of evidence, and walking through it all like that is a very strong opening, because look at how we're all looking at this right now. Like I'm gonna listen to what the defense has to say, but with everything that she just laid out, that's a lot to overcome. And when you come out throwing all that out there, normal jurors will obviously more than likely look at that as, I'm pretty sure he's guilty. So it would take an equally strong opening from the defense to change that. There's an attorney who I talked to one time who said, when I interviewed him, he said that your openings are, of course, one of the most important things that you go into, because you want to start out as strong as possible, because you want confirmation bias from the jury. So you want to come out swinging and giving as much information as you can and saying, you know, that you want them looking at this saying like there's no way that this isn't exactly what happened, because look at all of this information. And then everything else that happens throughout the trial is just confirming what you began strongly believing during the opening. Some cases are not that easy. I'll be honest. I'm so happy to have a case where we can all hate the same person. Okay, maybe hate's a strong word. Where we can all root for the same thing. Thank you for that. Small blessings. I feel like openings can be a little bit dramatic, and they can massage the story a little bit. But when they're like this, where it's not just telling a story, she's showing you. Look at how many videos we just saw with that car and that fella and that hall monitor shirt. And then we see the pictures. This isn't just her telling the story. She showed the pictures. So it's like we see the cut up tennis shoe. We see the cut up hat. We see the same bag that's in the video. We see the same ugly straw hat that's in the video. I won't say it's ugly. I'm sorry if you have that hat. I'm sure it's a lovely hat. If it's not on a murderer, I'm sure it's fantastic. But we see that on the video. We see the same shoes on the video. We see all of these things. Same car. Along the route, following the car right back to old boy's neighborhood. I mean, it's one of those things where this is not just listening to a story and then waiting to hear the next story. She's giving video evidence of exactly what happened. And there's a lot to it too. I feel like you could get a conviction with half that evidence. You take out all the, even if you took out the DNA, what's the strongest evidence? The DNA under the fingernails, right? Even if you took that out, with the cut up shoe and the cut up straw hat and the car that's registered to the family and him searching, the Google Maps, searching his house, that's on the Celebrite. That's on his phone. How you gonna frame that? Care Bear 05, this is probably something they'll do. One thing they could do is put two videos side by side on screen showing walking gait of person unaliving him and tell us walking showing gait is the same. I noticed the unique gait in the video shown. I agree. We talked about this the other day on that little intro because it has that kind of weird walk where he's like favoring one side. It's a very distinct walk, and yeah, I think you can definitely tell on that. And 9 whole months. You got a 13th juror, baby. 9 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. All right, I'm going to end our poll. All right, so 3% say he might be innocent. 16% said, tacos. And 79% said, why are we even here? He's guilty. That's where we stand as of right now. Maybe the defense will come out and change their minds. I am all for innocent unless proven guilty. This is some overwhelming evidence, y'all. Some overwhelming evidence. Yeah, the pictures of Gehrman's car and side yard where he was found, that is revealing alone. Just that. That's what I'm saying. You could take a third of this evidence and still convict him. He's going down. Change my mind. Look, maybe defense will come out and we'll be like, you know what? And he went back. Somebody says, yes, after Karen read, it's a relief to know what we know. I call Telus Boss Baby Zane. I need relief. Hawk, grab my baby Kiki. Oh, my little kitty. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. Robin says, I really try to keep an open mind when coming into a new trial, but for crying out loud, this case sounds as if it's open and shut. I'll wait for defense, but state has a very strong open. Very strong! Which makes me really curious to see, oh my gosh, and y'all, he is planning on taking the stand. Let's just skip everything and put him up there. Let's just skip, like, just put him up there. Let's just skip everything and put him up there. Not to mention motive, because you don't have to prove motive, but it sure does help a jury. And he's got a motive 15 hours after that email about all the stuff that was about to be released. 15 hours. Because keep in mind, Telus may be having those meetings, that's what the kids are calling it nowadays, in the back seat of old girl's car, but he's got a whole family at home. How long is this trial scheduled for? 1 day or 2? They said that the prosecution has 20 witnesses, I think, and the defense has 12. Now, if they're going to call all of them, who knows? Some of it they'll have to call the DNA dude. They'll have to call the, records custodians. They're going to have to call, the neighbors across the street. They're going to have to call the medical examiner. Statistically, he takes a stand, he will be guilty. Yeah, I mean, they don't usually go well for them. As a third-year law school student, I'm all for innocent until proven guilty. I'm like 97% sure he's going down, right? I agree, Alan G. Look at me rhyming. Of course he plans to take the stand. Mermaid Mary RN. Of course he does. Of course he does. Can't wait to see how the defense is going to give us anything. What can I say? This is not one or two things that can be explained away. It's a whole heap of stuff, y'all. This is a whole heap. That's the legal term. It is a good challenge for a defense lawyer. Well, there's that. There's that. I'm sure they're going to use being blacked out drunk. Ugh. That body cam we watched. Yeah, why couldn't old girl look him in the eye in the front seat? How'd they lie their way out of that one?
Yo, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. I was going with it. Remix. Or something. Or something. Hear ye, hear ye. Oh. Hear ye, hear ye. I sure did miss that. I loved my hear ye, hear ye. Move myself down some. Finally, a trial where we can love the prosecution and the defendant is a bad guy. Hallelujah. Thank the Las Vegas sphere or whatever, whoever you want to thank. Kind of missing OnlyFans. I need to bring back OnlyFans. I need to like just make our own little waiting thing, the OnlyFans. Just bring it back for moments like this. Defense opening should be very interesting for sure. Okay, let's do a poll real quick before they get started. On a scale of 1 to 10. No. No, because I don't have 10 options. Okay. How effective do you think the defense's opening will be to rebut the prosecution opening? They just need to like throw down their Uno card like their reverse get like, nah, we're gonna just reverse back to you. No, we're good. Might as well just sit down. May give reasonable doubt. All right, we're doing another poll. I don't know how they're going to explain the majority of what the prosecution just laid out either. They're like, how do you explain some of that? How? There are some of those things you just can't explain. They almost have to find someone else to pin it on. And that's the thing. It's like someone else that has, because then they're going to have to explain the DNA. So I'm assuming if he's saying that he's framed, he's going to try to say that they planted the DNA somehow. I don't know. Oops. Joyful member for 3 whole months. 3 whole months. The defense is phoning a friend and using all their lifelines right now. I don't know how they could possibly get through some of this, but you know what? We're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'm open till I ain't. The door's still cracked open. It's just a lot of evidence to overcome. We'll see. And thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I wonder who he's going to say framed him and why. I wonder who he's going to say framed him and why and how. So much evidence. And how would they put the, I mean, I'm assuming they would have to have done DNA tests on the hat and stuff too, right? Just so that they can rule that out. But I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Michelle Phillips from NC. Member for 9 whole months. 9 whole months. Yeah, his defense is that he got framed.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Krasovich, you may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you.
Miss Shorty, get to 5 memberships. Thank you. All right, here we go.
You know, Her Honor had said this morning that the defense may make an opening statement. You discussed yesterday and the day before that the defense may sit, not say a single word, not even ask a single question, not present a single piece of evidence, and be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Oftentimes, defense attorneys, in presumably at the get-go what appear to be tough cases, sit back, wait, attempt to poke holes at the state's cases it's presented, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stand before you today and tell you what this case is about. You know, Her Honor said this morning when she instructed you that it's upon you and you alone to make inferences from the evidence in this case. And when the evidence is complete and the evidence is closed, we're going to ask you to do that. This case is entitled The State of Nevada versus Robert Tellis. But let's talk just a little bit about Mr. Tellis. He's a family man, married, 3 children. He's a loving father and husband. He's a self-made man. He applied to our law school here, UNLV, and worked doing air conditioning, HVAC. It's a hard way to make a living, put himself through school. In addition to supporting his family and being engaged at school, he became the president of the University Bar. It's basically the student body president of his law school. He ran his own probate firm for 3 years and was named Pro Bono Attorney of the Year by the Nevada Legal Services in 2016. He ran for the Office of Public Administrator and was elected in 2019. He was determined at that point in time to clean up the office of the Public Administrator's office. He went in that office with the goal and with a mission. And as we had spoken briefly through the process of jury selection, he kind of upset the apple cart. He started eliminating unnecessary overtime. He wanted the office to run more efficiently. In some cases, we had public employees that are paid by our tax dollars reporting 40+ hours per week of overtime. And let me tell you, his changes at this office were not received well, and that created this hostile work environment. As a result of this hostility, reports were made, as they should be. Obviously, our public and our duly elected officials should be looked upon. Comes with the job. In Mr. Gehrman's first report, it states, among the changes, Tellus has said he made our closing estate cases faster and cutting back on large amounts of tax-funded overtime employees are getting under Cahill. He provided a document that showed one veteran employee received more than $140,000 in overtime between 2017 and 2018. That was on the top of the employee's combined $150,000 regular salary for those years. The employee overtime dropped to roughly $13,500 in 2020, which you can see is a substantial reduction according to the document. Nicole Lofton, an estate coordinator for the past year, said the old guard acts like a little gang and has tried to isolate her. Lofton said she has suffered from migraines and from stress. They told me from the beginning to pick a side, she said, adding that Tellus does everything he can to help her succeed while the other group wants her to fail. Again, that was the source, that was the seed of this hostile, allegedly hostile work environment. After being duly elected, Mr. Tellus also began evaluating the ethics of the office's relationship with third-party vendors. And you're going to hear that through the course of this case because perhaps the state wants to make things simpler. This was part of the facts and the evidence from which you will be called upon to draw inferences. He set out to identify the suspicious nature of businesses conducted by outside facilitators of administration operating under the Independent Administrations Act. And we need to just discuss this a little bit because the RJ did a very good job of following up on this and reporting these problems. You have people who die. They don't have wills, they may not have heirs, they may not have estates. And unfortunately for them, their legacy is stolen by these third parties. Generally, if a person dies intestate, it goes to the public administrator's office, and they deal with the affairs, which often involves the sale of homes. Under this Independent Administrations Act, there are third parties who would come in, oftentimes with no announcement to the family members, take the properties, devalue the properties, and then turn around and sell them, and then to a straw buyer, and ultimately sell them again and make millions of dollars. Robert Tellus was determined to stop that, regardless of the consequences. What we saw here and what he saw when he began was basically corporate interest over public interest in the state of Nevada. We all experience that every day, from basically the national bird, the cones, to the casinos sucking money out of our society for their own gain. And that was occurring at the public administrator's office when Robert Tellus was elected. In his review, he discovered the public administrator's office had been favoring Compass Realty in the distribution of home sale contracts. Again, he was upsetting the apple cart. He saw this relationship as truly a violation of Nevada law and the code of ethics governing his office. He also discovered that Compass Realty was using the straw buyer again to conduct this business and to hide their activities. It was an inherent conflict of interest, and Mr. Tellus was not going to stand still for this. In March of 2022, Mr. Tellus contacted the duly elected district attorney, Steve Wolfson, and he wanted to report his findings to Mr. Wolfson. Now, Mr. Tellus was an elected official, so was Mr. Wolfson. It's appropriate for Mr. Wolfson to give an audience to Mr. Tellus. He did. Mr. Tellus called him, explained his concerns. Mr. Wilson put him in contact with a Detective Jappy, a Metro Intelligence officer, who generally investigates public corruption. Mr. Wilson felt that Detective Jappy could be of assistance to Mr. Tellis in this investigation because Mr. Tellis felt that laws were being broken and people were being stolen from, errors were being stolen from by these third parties. Mr. Tellis accepted this referral and contacted Mr. Jappy. Again, from this celibate extraction, we have records to corroborate this. Hi, detective, next time you call back, I'm hanging up on anyone else if I'm on a call, because this was very important to Mr. Tellis to get this investigation underway. Mr. Tellis put together a very exhaustive investigative report to expose this corruption. It was sent to Detective Jappy on March 6, 2022, and it names the individuals that Mr. Tellis was primarily concerned about. It contained evidence, it contained exhibits, it contained proof of this corruption that previously his office had turned a blind eye to, and it was the prior guard and ultimately the subsequent guard that went back to the same practices that would concern Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis and Detective Jappy agreed to meet and further discuss the possible bribery and the corruption conspiracy that was occurring within his office. Again, the meeting was unavailable, but nonetheless, Mr. Tellis tried to follow through and is basically saying, hey, we need to get together. I need to provide this information to you and discuss the same. Detective Jappy returns the email, the text, and says, no worries. Again, Mr. Tellis is following up because he wants to expose this corruption. During their meeting, and they ultimately met, Detective Jappy agreed that Mr. Tellis should continue his investigation and that Detective Jappy would assist in building a case of bribery and corruption. And see, the reason this is important, and we will get there as we begin to unfold this story for you, is there became to be some irregularities, which we're going to present to you. And again, you are called upon to make your inferences from the state of the evidence. In reference to one of these three individuals contained within his exhaustive report, Mr. Tellis states, hey, Derek, I'm supposed to have a meeting with this individual and her counsel next week. If you think I try and need to get any specific statements, please give me a call to discuss. He responds, thank you, sir. We'll reach out tomorrow. Detective Jappy initiated his own investigation and began surveillance. So we have police actors, Metro actors, now acting as a consequence or as a result of Mr. Tellis's effort. And we have this surveillance that occurs on April 27th, 2022. And this surveillance is conducted because of what Mr. Tellis was doing. Metro Intelligence was getting involved. Because of this involvement and because of this independent investigation that Mr. Tellis had initially begun, the old guard at the public administrator's office began to push back. Oftentimes, as human beings, we're not happy with change, especially when it affects the bottom line of other people. That's what occurred in this office. In addition to their hostility towards the new employees brought in, Rita Reed and her supporters began following Mr. Tellis to dig up dirt on him. They capture images which you saw in the state's opening statement of Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennan getting out of the back of the vehicle and use this to persuade Jeff Gurman to investigate. Now, Jeff Gurman has been in this community for a lot of years, and if he's presented evidence on other side of the equation, he looks into it, and he did as a result of this old guard trying to get rid of Mr. Tellis. During their investigation, and that being the old guard, Rita Reed announces that she will oppose Robert Tellis in the upcoming election for public administrator. 2 weeks after the first article is published, she receives a campaign contribution from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn totaling $10,000. And oftentimes you hear follow the money. Well, that's what Mr. Tellis was asking Detective Jappy to do. At this point in time, and this is curious, and this runs into this murder investigation, Detective Jappy pivots. Initially, he's looking at the true bad actors in this case, but he pivots and begins looking at Robert Tellis, the whistleblower, the person who initiated this investigation and who's trying
He's looking
to
like he
bring
don't even believe it.
Metro in to investigate the wrongdoing. Hey, sir, 2 things. Just wanted to know we are still working on what we've talked about and starting to get a better understanding of what's going on. Second, saw the article today and just want to make sure you're all good. Now, this is in reference to that first article that Mr. Garman wrote. And this is Detective Jappy communicating with Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis responds, "Thanks, I'm hanging in there. I'll forward you the truth of the matter." It states that, and that's just how Mr. Tellis was feeling, the RJ wants to drag me through the mud. I told the reporter everything, but of course that doesn't sell papers. Detective Jappy responds, again, we have May 16th, you'll see at the bottom. "I understand that completely. Sorry you have to go through this, but the truth will always come out and prevail." And through the course of this trial, Mr. Tellis is going to ask for you to be willing to let the truth prevail. This is of concern. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, Kimberly McMahon, a former real estate agent who provided services for the public administrator, reaches out to Alicia Goodwin, the member of the old guard. All right. We have an email indicating that. Again, we have Goodwin, who's part of the old guard, and we have Kimberly McMahon somehow getting involved in influencing Detective Jappy. We have Kimberly McMahon, who is a former real estate agent and officer, wanting to get together and discuss these articles and what's going on in the public administrator's office. This goes so far that on 8/9, Detective Jappy is approached by Ms. McMahon. It's our belief, and we believe this will be disclosed through the course of this trial, that Alicia Goodwin and Rita Reed put her up to this. McMahon states, and I will submit to you that there will be no evidence produced that this is true, but McMahon told Jappy that there is some attempt to receive kickbacks in exchange for real estate listings referred to the public administrator's office. So again, the very thing that he's accusing others of is getting turned on him. And we're having Detective Jappy, we have Metro pivoting. And Ms. McMahon gives a formal interview with Jappy. So we're now, again, having this pushback from the old guard as a result of Mr. Tellis's involvement. And calling in, I mean, we have this gentleman that's on trial in this case calling in for the assistance of Metro to discover and expose this corruption. This is what's really important. At the time of the alleged solicitation of kickbacks, where she's claiming that that man is soliciting kickbacks from her, so she's kind of got a dual thing going on. At the time, she's a lieutenant for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and also a real estate agent. We're to believe that a public official is trying to solicit bribes from a police officer, and I'd submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate that that's just absurd. This very same public official, Robert Tellis, is the one that conducted his own investigation, his own independent investigation, to try and bring Metro attention to this corruption. We're now to believe that this gentleman is actually soliciting kickbacks from a Metro detective. In response to McMahon's statement, Detective Jappy files an application for a PIN register and a trap and trace with real-time precision location of Mr. Tellis' cell phone. Now this is important, and see, this is the crossover and why it's important for you to understand the factual backdrop of all the facts in this case. Mr. Tellis is actually subject to this PIN register, this trap and trace device during the time that this murder is allegedly committed by him. See, what happens is in today's modern reality, everything oftentimes boils down to the cell phones. I mean, every second that we have the cell phones with us, there's messages being sent, there's signals being sent 1,000 times a second to nearby cell towers, ultimately through satellites. I mean, our position and our whereabouts is tracked all the time. So Detective Jappy submits this warrant because we have a privacy right in our phones. He submits a warrant to a judge and gets an order authorizing Mr. Tellis to, in essence, be tracked. Now, this PIN register does not capture the content of communications. It doesn't capture the information that's sent via text or otherwise, but it collects what they call the metadata. It gets your location, sometimes within feet. Oftentimes it's in relation to a cell phone tower, but it's more specific than that. You get the data concerning who's calling, who's sending, and who's receiving communications. Again, there's a Fourth Amendment protection, but we don't get into the content of the conversations, but it lets us know, it lets law enforcement know who Mr. Tellis is communicating with, where he's at, in essence, what he's doing in relation to the people that he's in communication with as a result of the cell phone. This is the warrant produced and obtained by Detective Jappy based upon that former, but she was at the time when these solicitations supposedly occurred, was a Metro detective. On the same day, and this is August 17th, Detective Jappy initiates surveillance of Mr. Tellis. We have a surveillance log, August 17th, 2022. So in truth, we have this full pivot that occurs, which is apparently based upon these allegations made by Ms. McMahon at the insistence of the old guard. What's interesting is during this August 17th, 2022 surveillance, got Mr. Tellis taking care of his family. I mean, he's been away, he's been an official, he's lost his election. I mean, he's going back, focusing on what's important. He's focusing on his family. This surveillance that's being conducted by Metro Intelligence, I mean, they've got him going to Home Depot, picking up food at Chipotle. He's with family, he's home. Nothing more. On September 2nd, the tragic murder of Jeff Gehrman occurs. But it's important for you to know that this murder occurs with the trap and trace active on Robert Tellis's cell phone. Detective Jappy and Metro captures no cell site location data which would implicate Robert Tellis in the murder of Jeff Gehrman. We do know that at some point in that day there were signals being received and sent, but the cell phone doesn't put Robert Tellis there. He's at home. He's not at home the entire day. Around noon, evidence will be presented to you that he's at a gym working out. And this is after he supposedly commits this murder. Another thing needs to be pointed out is the red or maroon Yukon, the Denali from the surveillance video, was never positively identified. Obviously, the state's going to call upon you to make references. But a DMV search produced 67 possible hits of the vehicle, matching that description. And what's important to note, it's Metro who should be objectively and even-handedly obtaining information, searching for evidence, never follows up on the other vehicles. From the get-go, they're concerned with Robert Tellis and Robert Tellis alone. This is the email confirming, and this is Metro emails concerning the 67 red Denali's that basically match the description of the one that you watched the video of, and that we all watched it together just moments ago. Ms. Weckley did an apt job of laying out the crime scene, and you will see many photos of the crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, this was a stabbing. There's blood in the bushes. There's blood on the ground. There's blood all over Jeff Gehrman as he lays dead on the side of his house. The state has shown you and will show you many more pictures of the DNA that's claimed to have been found under Jeff Gehrman's nails. But what's very important, and we'd ask you to take into account all of the evidence, or the lack of the evidence in this case, is that no blood whatsoever is found on Mr. Tellis. If this struggle had occurred, it would be reasonable to assume, if it had in fact been Mr. Tellis, that there would have been an exchange of blood or of DNA. And there will be a great deal of testimony concerning DNA. Inferences will be made and inferences will be drawn and inferences will be attacked concerning the significance of the state's findings. The shoes that you were shown photos of that were recovered at Mr. Tellis' residence, no blood whatsoever on them. The bag that's found in his garage or in the room, storage room, no blood whatsoever found on that bag. The hat that they claim they found cut up, again, no connection, no tie whatsoever to Jeff
No
Gehrman.
connection.
There is no rational explanation as to why the hat and shoes were cut into pieces, except that it's probably easier to conceal and plant. Why else would they be cut up? Why would they be in that strange condition? What's important, again, is there's no blood on them. There's nothing tying those articles that were found in Mr. Tellis' house to Jeff Gehrman. A witness provided a statement to police that the killer was spotted in the same outfit days before the murder, acting suspiciously. That was never followed up on. Somebody similarly dressed, similarly clothed. No follow-up, because from the get-go, Robert Tellis was the target of this investigation. What's also important is the cell site location does not place him near that part where the individual matching this description previously was found. I'd also submit to you its significance is this meandering, and that was the state's words, the meandering before this attack occurred. There's going to be a claim and an argument made that Mr. Tellis was researching this location, or they believe it was him. Why the meandering if it was him? The washing of the vehicles, and this is important because warrants were based upon this. Mr. Tellis was again subject to surveillance after the date of Jeff Gehrman's murder. He's surveilled by Metro Intelligence washing 3 vehicles in front. At that point in time, and again, maybe there's been another pivot, but at that point in time, Metro felt that he was destroying evidence. Maybe he was cleaning up. Reason would make it a reasonable argument, or reason would obviously dictate that if a person's involved in this stabbing and gets into the vehicle, and there's obviously blood, wouldn't there be blood on the vehicle? Wouldn't there be blood on the brakes, on floor mats somewhere inside the vehicle. Well, none was ever found. And in fact, this surveillance, and previous to this hearing, issues were made concerning this attempt to conceal evidence. Well, there was no evidence to dispose of. And the surveillance of him washing the outside of these 3 vehicles, and this is on September 6th. This is 4 days later. There's no evidence whatsoever and no videos, no filming of him trying to conceal any evidence in reference to the subject vehicle or the other 2. I would submit to you that the facts would show and common sense would dictate that if you were trying to conceal a crime, he wouldn't wash all 3 vehicles. And obviously, he would be concerned with the inside of the vehicle. Now, on this September 6th surveillance, it makes reference to a prior surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st. Again, of no import, of no importance. Again, no evidence inside that vehicle tying Mr. Tellis to any crimes whatsoever. Now, is Mr. Tellis in a position to say who killed Mr. Gehrman? No. But I would submit to you the facts will show in the reasonable inferences that you are to take from the evidence is that there would be DNA evidence inside that vehicle, on the shoes, on any clothing from Mr. Tellis. A picture was shown of Mr. Tellis's finger, and it'll be argued through the course of this case that was somehow caused by this murder that occurred. There's no blood left at the scene where Mr. Gehrman was murdered either. Nothing.
He had on
Not
gloves,
bushes,
didn't he?
Not on the rocks, not on Mr. Gehrman. Mr. Tellis explains that to detectives how we got that wound, but that will come through the course of this trial. What's of concern, and the reason that we've given you this backdrop to give you all the evidence, is somewhat strange behavior on behalf of Mr. Jappy. Now, he's Metro Intelligence. Metro is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is divided up into various details. Each department has their own responsibilities, their own special training. They work as teams. It's an effective way to conduct investigations. The primary detective in this case, Detective Gaddis, and they work as a team. She was the primary. They work together and they work in a team. You've got the robbery detail that investigates robberies. You've got the financial crimes that investigates financial crimes. You've got Metro Intelligence that generally investigates allegations and facts concerning corruption. But in this case, you've got Detective Jappy inserting himself in this murder investigation concerning Mr. Tellis. In fact, there's an email wherein Jappy implicates Tellis to Gaddis. So early on, we've got Detective Jappy, who obviously previously was directed by this old guard, now pointing the finger at Mr. Tellis to the lead detective in this homicide investigation.
Okay, hold on.
During a trial.
Is it really that strange of behavior for a detective to say, hey, this dude might be guilty, given all of the situation going on? Is that really that strange? Do we think that's that strange?
Traffic stop, and this is the significance of Mr. Tellis. See, Metro has a policy that you're to have body cam on, all right? All civilian interactions should be captured because we want to know what the truth is. We want to have an objective record of what occurs. This initial contact with Mr. Tellis occurs on the 7th, and after he's charged and this case begins, repeated requests are made for this body cam. In fact, our judge, I was not on the case at that time, but our judge makes an order on July 18th, 2023 to turn that over. It's learned that over a month after that order is made, that evidence is destroyed. Detective Jappy is also present at the arrest and jumps into the ambulance and rides with Mr. Tellis. Now, it's anticipated that the state is going to argue to you that this suicide is somehow a consciousness of guilt. Apparently, he just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they feel that he committed. I would submit to you in the facts, the reasonable inferences to be drawn from these facts is at this point in time now, Mr. Tellis's life is coming apart. They've been in contact with him. They came into contact with him 2 times on September 7th. The first time they come, they speak to him, they say we have warrants, he cooperates. They strip him of his clothes, they put him in a white paper suit. They've swabbed his mouth. Obviously, they're investigating him and they're coming down. I would submit to you that a reasonable inference is that there's an attempt by Mr. Tellis to kill himself, not as a difficulty, oh my gosh, if I feel guilty for something that they say I did, but his life was coming apart then. It truly was. He'd lost an election. It was giving him an opportunity to go back, be with his family. But now he was getting pressed in charge for a murder of which he's maintained his innocence. There's 3 surreptitious recordings that occur by the homicide detectives. And what's interesting and disturbing to note is Detective Jappy inserts himself into this interview, this surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation. So again, we have Detective Jappy inserting himself into homicides investigation. I would submit to you a reasonable inference would be that trying to dictate the direction that the homicide investigation is taking. We would submit to you that reasonable minds may disagree or could agree that losing a job is not a motive for murder.
He's in jail.
Their entrance was made, and these tweets, and it's kind of curious now, the age that we live in. I mean, we have presidents that commute via tweets. We have tweets from Mr. Tellis, an elected official, concerning the articles. Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like Jeff German going through our trash for his 4th story on me. Smiley face. Oh shoot, I left a pizza box and sushi containers in the trash. In the next article, I'm going to have mob-in jacuzzi ties. He's making fun of these. And then you can see the dates, June 18th and June 25th. Again, he's not particularly happy about these articles, but he's reaching out. I mean, he's lost his election. Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after sleeving 100 pounds of BS. Up to Article 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do. He's addressing these articles in the appropriate way, in a public forum. That's what elected officials, regardless if they're high-level, low-level officials, they address, as he did previously. He addresses, as you saw, the presentation, the digital presentation after he learned of the articles. He's addressing his constituency. That's what an elected official is supposed to do. That's a reasonable response to criticism which comes from the job. Again, these articles were not a motive for a murder. And we all know killing a journalist does not kill a story. Killing Jeff German does not kill the investigation or the stories concerning Mr. Tellis. One would think the reporting is heavy on that. One can imagine what it would be for a murder. Obviously, if one's concerned about negative reporting, one doesn't want to commit a murder because obviously reporting is going to be far more severe. Mr. Tellis was a lawyer prior to this, and he was on his way back becoming a lawyer. However, we do have a predatory corporation losing millions of dollars as a result of his whistleblowing, which he engaged in. He was consistent. Even after he was voted out, he was communicating with Detective Jappy. He wanted to right these wrongs as he was exiting the office. There were others that had far more motive to make it look like he was the killer and to conduct this killing, because Jeff German was a good reporter. He would ultimately get to what the truth was and what was really going on in that office and with these third-party vendors. Killing an investigative journalist, there's no more follow-up information concerning these millions of dollars when the old guard is now put back into place. Gehrman's gone now. I mean, Jeff Gehrman did a good job of digging and finding things. We've all heard about him, we all know him, we all respected him. He would take on tough opponents, dangerous opponents. Jeff Gehrman was no stranger to making people upset. He made a lot of people, far more able people, far more violent people upset with him. He often had people threatening him. In fact, there was proof of it found on his devices. He was known for the boldness of his inquiries, taking on corrupt and violent targets through the course of his investigative journalism. It came with his job, and it's unfortunate that we no longer have him.
Stop lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfucker.
Language.
Jeff Gehrman received this threat shortly, months before his murder.
You guys just ridiculous and propaganda shit out about fucking just for Biden, you fucking piece of shit. You left-wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist, fucking dead motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied and cheated. And then you found fucking only Biden on this fucking box of shit, motherfuckers. Fuck you, you piece of shit, you motherfuckers. You made the Republic fight again, and you guys are fucking dead motherfuckers someday, motherfuckers.
Earmuffs, kids. Earmuffs.
The defense, and again, that's whether we had, our founding fathers had this wisdom, the defense can't prove if any of those gentlemen did this. We're not saying they did. We don't know. But there's a bigger picture. We don't know what investigative steps that all were taken to follow up on these two threats that we know of close in time to Jeff Gehrman's murder. State could say this is the lunatic fringe, this is to be disregarded, but nonetheless, when you have objective fact finders, when you have people that are truly in search of the truth, you should investigate all avenues. Keeping the burden where it should be on the state. And at the close of this case, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will break for lunch. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or submitted by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be recessed till 1:30.
Thank you. All rise for acting jury, please. Juror, please leave your notebook.
Well, Gehrman was covering all kinds of stuff with like gangsters and mob stuff and all kinds of stuff like that. So we do know that he did cover and do stories on people who were, you know, bad news bears. But I don't know. I think that leaving messages like that and then actually doing things like the actual act of going to his house and waiting in his side yard and all of that, two very different things. Okay, so what do y'all think? I can see where they're going with this. What do you think about the defense's openings? Do you think that that's enough to get some kind of reasonable doubt? Hear my voice. I mean, I applaud getting in front of that train, but that train is going to plow you. Yeah, seems unreasonable. I could see where they're going with this. As far as I feel like they created reasonable doubt in the sense that I could see somebody wanting to, based on just their opening statements, I could see believing that somebody would want to frame him. Also just because he's kind of a jerk, so people would want to frame him. But they didn't address all of the bukus of evidence against him, or at least address it in a way that I felt was enough for me to be like, oh, you know what? Maybe. Zach! Brandi, you don't look near as mediocre as Baker says you do. Thank you. Thank you. You know, this is why people fuss at you in here. This is why. If you were wondering, wonder no longer. This is why. Baker, are you still in here? Baker. We lost. We're getting a fancy graphic behind us. So fancy. My computer's going slow. It's only been doing this today. And I don't know why. It was a good starting point, but there's issues. That's making me dizzy. There's issues with the whole story. They go on after for jury to believe. I ain't convinced. I think that looking at the total package of what they have against him and what's being offered, you know, as evidence against him and what they're saying, it's just not enough, in my opinion, to overcome all of that. But who knows? Maybe there's more to it and they'll surprise us. You never know. Trying to show this. Oh my goodness gracious. don't know why I'm having computer issues. I even restarted it today, which I don't restart it often. Or maybe that was yesterday. It's all running together. Baker, check your DMs. Thank you, Baker. Zach's fish isn't even 6 inches. Then you can't even have it as a profile picture. That's the rule. I don't even want to know what I missed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Raul Thomas says, how often did it run for office had he lost his re-election campaign? Yes, he lost the re-election campaign. Hello!
I told him to be over here. So.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't happen. Oh no, the stream ended. I guess they're going to start a new one when they go back.
You on lunch already?
Yes. We're in Vegas. So we're on Vegas time.
That's why am I having feedback?
Oh, hold on. Wait. Now see. Now do you have feedback?
Hello? No.
Do you have feedback?
Thinking, because I have your stream open on the other window, but it said muted, so I'm looking at my phone. Is he guilty?
That better?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's guilty. Okay, I'm gonna keep an open mind, but yeah, it's yeah. There's so much. You missed the openings, but there's so much evidence against him. It's like the dude was not very liked anyway. Nobody really likes him. He's kind of a jerk. But he also was so the neighbors across the street from Jeff, the victim, caught the assailant on camera going into his side yard. And then the dude has like Google Map pictures on his Celebrite of Jeff Gearman's side yard. And they caught a car on video that they can follow the videos along from Jeff Gearman's neighborhood right back to Tellis's neighborhood. And his DNA was under his fingernails. They found, when they searched his house, they found the tennis shoes that he was wearing on the video and the hat that he was wearing on the video. And they were cut up into pieces. One of them was like pieces were put into a plastic bag.
Yeah. We watched, because when I still thought I would do that, we watched some of the pre-trial hearings. And if you're a criminal mastermind, 1, leave your phone at home. 2, don't cut up the evidence and hide it in your couch. 3, don't cut up the evidence and put it in your toolbox.
Yeah. Bad idea.
Yeah. I liked his disguise. We have a pretty big Vietnamese population in my town, and a lot of the women wear those hats when they're out working. So I thought, well, that's he might try to get away with it. I don't know how tall he is, but kind of looked like it was just cut it up and hide it in your couch. But I actually know for a fact he was set up by a company selling cheap homes to each other.
Oh.
Because they went in there and destroyed, if someone died and they took over, they destroyed the houses and said they're not worth anything, sold it to partners in the company, and he was about to disclose it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, a total frame job.
Total frame job.
Lucy's mad because the guy just stuck a pizza flyer in the door. She gets really mad when he does that. Well,
we don't get them anymore. We used to get them all the time, but we don't really get the pizza flyers anymore.
Oh, they come by here all the time. Except for like December, January, February, because there's not usually many people here. They don't come here that much, but they come twice a week all the other times. They think that everybody that is here is just tourist. Ivan, thank you for the super chat, but I'm also not happy about it because pandas are not fake. Pandas are beautiful and majestic creatures, and they are real. I love pandas. Ivan says that pandas are fake.
Well, a species, it's the only species on the planet who don't want to procreate.
But they're so cute and clumsy and fat and they're majestic and beautiful, and I love them. I actually was not obsessed with pandas until we had a field trip here one day. It was unmedicated Brandi. I had not taken my medicine, and I think our trial ended early or something. So we started looking at live cams of different animals, and we saw the pandas, and they are so stinking cute. They just tumble around. I don't know how they survive in the wild. I don't have any idea, but they are so cute, and they're just fat, and they fall, and they're and then they have snugglers. They have people that snuggle them, which I think is the best job ever. But we don't have pandas in Florida.
The best thing is those snugglers is dressed like pandas. I think we got two for our queen's, maybe her jubilee or something. We got two pandas for our Copenhagen Zoo, and yeah, they look really fun. But it's a weird animal. It's a vegetarian bear. It's
yeah.
It's not. I took my kids to the zoo in Copenhagen once, and they were just feeding the ice bears.
Ice bear, the polar bears?
Yeah, polar bears. Sorry, we call them ice bears.
Oh.
Why is that horse head down there? Don't think about it. We'll just walk on now.
Aw.
But then
yeah.
We have tigers and lions in our a zoo close to us, and when it's a good thing to teach kids the circle of life. So
yeah,
when animals pass away, or we have a racetrack out there, they donate surplus to them as well. So that's fun. It's good
really?
for kids to learn. Yeah, we
yeah.
They will give them natural feed instead of so they you can come by and you can see like a leg of a zebra or something like that in there. It's really, I think it's interesting to see because they have to, especially tigers, really intelligent animals, so they have to really engage them. So it's very interesting to see how they feed, and you see them and you think, that's just big cats. When you they have like a cave you can walk through where they there's a glass wall and you can look into them. Jesus, they are big. They are such massive. The paws, it's I love going to the zoo.
I do too. Most of them, so like the ones that are really big, like the smaller ones, those are kind of depressing because then I always feel like the animals don't have enough room. But like the big ones, I love those because I love being able to see them. There's the one in Atlanta, which I hadn't been since I moved out of Georgia. Oh wait, no, I haven't been since I left Georgia. And that was like 2016 or something. But they have pandas because not many zoos have pandas because Ivan says it's because they're fake, but that's not true. They have to be on loan and stuff. So there's like this whole big like process on how anybody can get them. So, but they have some that are going to, where is it? Somewhere in California, I think they have pandas going to the thing now. Oh gosh, I love them. I love them so much. I need them.
Yeah, it's but I just love that's the thing I miss about having small children is you could do those Sunday. Zach, I'm not cute. The rest, yes. But I love taking, because when I drove my kids back to their mom, just stop by there and go around for 2 hours, just look at the animals. And no matter what time of year, there's always something going on, and I love the zoo. Oh, we have a red panda in Odense as well, Fedorowski. Have you seen those? They are.
Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
I could see if you could breed them in big enough numbers, Chihuahuas would be out.
When they put their little paws up when they're trying to be scary. Have you seen the one video where the red panda gets scared when the guy steps in front of the window and he gets scared? He's like, and he falls back. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
so cute.
It's
I could watch animal videos all day.
yeah. We should have started doing react videos to animals instead of doing trial stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have all these gray hairs then. I would just be sitting
I
there
know, right?
smiling and saying, "Look at that."
People
Oh,
would
that
fight a
feels.
lot less. People would fight a lot less.
I might have lost my temper today.
Did you? Why?
Someone started coming in saying I was a fraud and I didn't believe what I was saying and I was a liar, and I don't. Kind of like Marty McFly, he doesn't like to be called chicken. I don't like to be called a liar, especially when I do the same every single stream. And I might have yelled a bit and said, "I'm effing this channel. I don't want to do it anymore." That's
Yeah.
Why can't people just go back to Lawn and Crim and watch them and sit there and yell and chat?
I don't know.
understand.
It's frustrating. It's, you know, you and I talked about this the other day. Yesterday, day before, something. I don't know. It all runs together.
Day before. Yeah, well, yesterday morning, my time. So you're
Yeah. Yeah. About how it starts getting to you. All the meanness, trying to be jerks. Like I don't go to your work and you know, start crap with you. So why do you have to come bother me? I don't get it. People are, it starts to.
I would go to Zach's office and take a crap in his wastebasket, but that's because he's like he is. That's just the way
I wouldn't
we
blame you.
communicate.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you for that.
It's what's that? Zach. No, but there's Bander, and then there's just these, and I believe that guy have left some comments in my earlier after the Karen Reed case. I did the Benefield case, and I said, well, I believe her, and then I was a liar, and no, it was because I said I didn't like to put her in they make her look so little and weak. Then I was a misogynist and a liar, and I was just lying through the Karen Reed case just to make money. Oh, Plevin, hey, calling me a grifter. And now because I said I have a problem with self-defense because she had a closed door. That's my opinion. Yeah, you're wrong about the law. I said it was my opinion. And I said law has nothing to do with courtrooms. It's about the jury. And then why can't we be friends?
It doesn't matter what you say, though. There's going to be people will find problems with it, and that's one thing I've noticed about this is that there's a whole group of people out there just picking everything that you say and just waiting to find something to get offended by. And no matter what you say, it's going to be wrong, and they're going to get, you know, they're going to get their britches in a bunch.
Yeah, and the funny thing is people like us because we are open and talk to them, and they bring up a problem when we say, yeah, I know, kind of, I had something like that. And then you just have someone who's out there clipping that and coming back 4 months later saying, well, you said this in that stream. Yeah, I said a lot of stupid stuff. It's why there's a million billion channels on YouTube.
Yeah. That's my thing. Is like the people that I don't like, I just don't watch them. Like that's so easy to just.
No. You are obligated to watch them, put in their comments. Why is your music too loud? Why did you dress like that today? Oh, you should really. Lefty today asked me to take my shirt off. I found that highly inappropriate, but then Iris got in there and started saying I should do it. It's weird.
Different kind of show. Different kind of show.
I said I do that Saturdays on my OF, but
oh, there you go.
Yeah, I have to make those dodos. It's hard being a grifter.
It is, isn't it? Full-time job.
Yeah.
Full-time job.
No, I just don't. And again, I love when people, and that's what I feel like you do, and what I try to do is make people come in and feel safe about having a different opinion. Because
Yeah.
if someone came in and said, well, I don't believe Tellus did it, and I believe the story that they planted the evidence because those business people were trying to get him, you'd say, well, I don't see it that way because I feel it's this and that, but you're allowed to have your opinion. You wouldn't say, get out of
Mhm.
here, you're stupid. I'm so stupid, I believe Tellus. No, we want to have an environment because I have a Sue in my chat, we disagreed wholeheartedly on the Ashley Benefield trial, and we agree on this trial. It's just what happens. It's
Yeah.
we are allowed to have different opinions. So actually, I feel if we have to defend our position, it shows we believe in our position.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I agree. I know that you started a new trial. Tell me about your trial. What are you doing right now? You're doing the neighbor one, right?
yeah, I'm the state's position. She was kind of a Karen who was yelling at the neighborhood kids, thought they were getting too close to her house, and even though she was living in is it called a fourplex, like a duplex but with 4 houses,
Oh yeah, okay.
in a shadier part of Florida, and she was angry that the kids played on a field outside of her house, and she had the landlord put up some no trespassing. On the day in question, she had some kind of conflict with the kids. We haven't really heard anything about it other than she was kind of weird. We saw some videos of her going around filming them. They weren't really yelling at her other than, oh, she's filming us. Why are you filming us? One of the mothers then come over because she apparently had taken a skate from one of the kids and thrown it away because she was afraid to fall on. They always left their toys around. And then she had thrown it away and said, yeah, now you can go fetch it. And then the mom came over with her 10-year-old in tow and started banging on the door. And she got so afraid she unloaded one straight through the door, in right side of the chest, bounced off a rib and ended in a spleen, stopped breathing quite fast.
Oh wow.
She claims she was so afraid that she was yelling, I'm gonna unalive you, and she was a portly woman, 300 pounds, and the door had a crack in it from a previous break-in. You could see the door frame had been cracked, but there was new deadbolts in. So again, my position, and I can be wrong because I'm Danish, we have a different way of seeing things. I believe when you have a locked door between you and the assailant, you're not in imminent danger. I know the law says that if they are trying to enter your house, but they haven't really shown that there was that the door was just about to break down. But that's the thing we're
Yeah.
talking about a lot. And neighbors heard a lot of banging and the pew pew go off. There's been a lot of rumors about racial words being said, no evidence presented by the state. Defense claims that the mother was yelling, I'm gonna unalive you. Defense state rested today, so defense will have to bring in some witnesses. I don't think there are any witnesses. All the witnesses have heard commotion, screaming, but nothing exact. So it's gonna come
Did she
down
try
to believe her.
Did she try to call the police?
She called the police and said she's angry, she's yelling, you have to come over here. When she hangs up, she calls the police back in 2 or 3 minutes later, and then she already had one through the door at that point.
Oh, okay. Oh wow.
Because she said it sounded like a horse kicking the door. So yeah, it was really well. And yeah, she did call 911 before, and then she hung up, and then she pewed, and then she called 911 again. But she claims she heard her scream that she was being hit, but she didn't ask for an ambulance. She didn't tell 911 she was hit. And we saw the police interview where she said, I was just trying to scare her. And I don't think that it's legal to fire a pew to scare people. You
Yeah.
have, because that takes away self-defense. Because you
Yeah.
have to, self-defense is only if you are in imminent danger. So I think,
And this is Florida?
yeah. So I think again, and it was a blind door. She didn't know who was on the outside. Well, she hadn't, but she didn't know she had a kid with her. So I think I'm leaning guilty that she's going to be guilty.
Gotcha.
But I don't think there's it's only manslaughter. It's not murder too. So well,
Gotcha.
it's still 30 years, but
Yeah. Which is crazy, right? I know that, I mean, every state has different minimum and maximum for manslaughter, but I think it's interesting seeing some of the cases when you have same charge, obviously all are different situations, same charge, different situations, and such different sentences too. Some of the stuff that I've seen, that's stuff that I feel like they shouldn't be going anywhere, anytime ever, and they'll be eligible for parole. And then some of the stuff that I think are much less of a charge, they'll have, no option for parole or much longer sentences, stuff like that.
Did you watch the Montgomery case?
Montgomery, which?
New Hampshire, the 5-year-old kid.
Harmony? No.
Harmony.
No. I couldn't do that one.
I was so angry that Kayla got off with 3 to 7 for perjury, and I think she got early release. He was out in 2.5 years, I believe, and she helped him drag that poor girl around for months. I got so mad. It was really, that shows how dirty the state is. As long as you lie for us, we don't care. Both of them. And I still don't believe what she said, that he bashed her to death. I believe she got in the stairs. At some point when one of them was out scoring, or both of them got so high they fell asleep, she got in the stairs and OD'd. That's to this day, that's the thing I said. I was thinking when it ended, and she got off, and with the CPS up there, she's gonna have her kids back within 5 years, and she will be.
That's crazy.
I said she'll be back on the pipe tonight when she got released. She was such a disgusting woman. It was just, but she was telling the lies. It's the same. Everyone is always on Twitter. Why Jen McCabe lied on the stand? No, because she lied for the state, so she didn't lie. No perjury charges if you say the right thing the state likes. It's the other way around.
Yeah. And even then, they hardly ever do them. It's hard. I know, and I get it. Like, it's hard for them to, prosecute those. But man, I feel like there are sometimes when I don't understand why they don't even try. But
but
they never do for the state.
When we do, you can tell when some stories are a little too constructed, if there's multiple defendants, or you can just sit there and tell you're effing lying. But again, you have to prove it some way. And the way they proved it was with Kayla was she claimed she was working at some place that day, so she couldn't have done it. But they knew she was had been fired like the week before. So that's a lie. Boom, we got you on that one. But how to tell if I was in Costco? Well, Costco probably have some. How to know if I was riding my bike in a field on Monday, on Wednesday? I don't know. You can't really prove that. So without having some ironclad. So that's why perjury charges is so random, and it's just you use them when you want to pressure. It's the same with upcharging people. It's just to pressure you to make a plea deal.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Ivan, thank you for the super chat and for another. And no, I'm never getting a burner phone, and you're the reason. I've committed thousands of crimes, done my time, reformed. I can't imagine riding around to dispose of a body. I can't either, especially a little baby, little child. Oh, I can't imagine. That's
You haven't looked into it or looked. No, yeah, that's part of my soul. I won't get back. They stored her in an attic at some point where they made her little sister underneath.
Oh, that breaks my heart. I couldn't watch that one. I was not. I can only do the trials that involve children. I'm very transparent about when I can and can't do those. I can't plan ahead. It has to be in the moment. I have to be able to tell you if I am emotionally stable enough in that moment to be able to cover it. Because if I have other stuff going on, or if I'm not in the right mindset, I can't watch those. I can't cover them. I have to play it by ear when those come up.
I only had one kid case in my 13 years as a juror. She had the same name as my youngest daughter.
Oh,
that's a special one. I had because I'm on the short list to get called if they need someone, and they called me in for a case, and they said, "Can you do this?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll come in." And there was a lot of police up there that day, and normally we don't have that in courthouses, only if the transport officers or something like that. So I thought, that's weird. I have to go through a metal detector. We'd never do that. And then I came in the room and said, "Oh, what's it today?" And they said, "Well, do you remember that girl who was unalived?" Yeah, sure. Said, "Well, this is the case." Oh. Then we had a room where the jurors go before we go into the preparation room before court. And I was sitting up there, and I was talking to a guy, and he said, "Yeah, I was called in." Then I met him in the lunch break. He said, "Oh, you are the lucky one." That was a case where I believe a couple, maybe 15,000 pictures that they had to sit and watch. And he said, I almost puked. This is so effing crazy. And I said, "Yeah, well, this one was only beaten so bad, so we had a me cry in court. I still would take that over the other one." That's sometimes you don't like being a juror. Sometimes you like it when it's just an idiot. Did you cover Gannon Stout?
Yes. Well, it was before. That one was before I started live streaming. That was when I was just doing recap videos and the podcast. So I've got the recap videos for that one on my YouTube, but I wasn't live streaming for those.
That was amazing. It was the cartel lady who was pregnant but wasn't pregnant. It was because she was carrying so much money underneath the dress that it looked like she was pregnant. No,
Yeah,
I buried
Cash
him
Baby.
in Florida. Yeah, I buried him in Florida so he would come back to life like Tupac. You sound like a raving lunatic.
Have you ever seen my my hold on, let me find it. Let me show you. I did some fun graphics for that one. Because she's so ridiculous. 13th juror.live. I did the Cash Baby, and then Michael the Archangel. Let's see. History. Are you frozen? You're freezing.
No, I'm just sitting very, very still. I do that sometimes, and people are. Is he okay? It's the thing we men do. We just turn our brains off and just sit still. And I know there's nothing worse to a woman than a man just.
This is here. I'll put us on this side. This is some of the Letitia stock stuff. So this is Michael the Archangel. He's got his little thing. And what was probably one of the stupidest explanations ever, Letitia Stock said, told the FBI that she met Michael the Archangel and he was trying to keep her from going to church. What's even better is that she knew it was really him because he had business cards. Remember, Michael the Archangel had business cards.
I
That was my favorite.
remember, I think it's in one of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They mentioned that he had a very nice business card. So,
Very nice, but yeah, glossy finish and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, wow. So this, everybody was calling him. So he had his book bag. So they nicknamed the attorney Book Bag and then Boots because Dora always had a book bag and her sidekick was Boots. So they were Book Bag and Boots. And then this picture, this made me mad. They were like at the table, like giggling and all that kind of stuff. So I made them into the like Lady and the Tramp spaghetti thing. And then here is Cash Baby. Cash Baby with her fake belly full of cash. Letitia is known to have given about 74,495 different versions of a story to explain why sweet 11-year-old Gannon was missing. One story was a pregnant lady who got in her car and turns out she wasn't really pregnant. She had a fake belly full of cash. I present to you Cash Baby. And then here's some of her different personalities. So remember she was the Olympic gold gymnast. So I've got her on there as the Olympic gold gymnast. And then she had, that was Janelle. And then Taylor, of course, was one of them. Maria, she said Maria was the protector. Victoria was the good girl. Maria Sanchez was Russian.
No,
somehow.
She was Russian. She was a Russian trained. No, was she a Spanish speaking Russian spy? Or was she a Spanish Russian trained spy?
She said she spoke Russian, but she was the trained she was the trained spy.
Hitman or something.
Yeah, but Maria was the protector, and then Maria Sanchez was the and then she actually tried to speak in the accent, which was the Russian accent, which was the most ridiculous Russian accent I've ever heard. So that's why she said, "I'm Russian, y'all." She's got like her South Carolina. Oh, it was bad. It was so bad. She was so bad. And then, of course, she's besties with Tupac. So I've got her with Tupac. So I've got all my little, I used to make these all the time back before I was doing a million podcast episodes and the live streaming and all of that. But I used to make these when Lori Vallow explained how she took Satan and folded him like a taco and sent him to Antarctica. And then, of course, the loin fire.
I didn't watch any of that.
Really?
Everyone's talking about the Daybell case, and I never watched a second of it. I know it's a crazy story, but I never watched it. So I think I was doing. Yeah, I think that was probably Montgomery I was doing at that time. So I never watched that, but I know it was a crazy story. She was the one who got arrested in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, and horrible, terrible, miserable person. And they referred to Chad Daybell's situation as the storm, which has ruined storms for me for the last year and a half, since that happened. So I couldn't even say the storm was coming. I was like, it's getting cloudy, like bad weather's coming, but could not say the storm is coming because that's gross.
Well, it
bizarre.
Depends. Maybe it did turn moist o'clock when the situation came around. Jamie hates it when I say that. So I say it a lot.
Gross. Oh,
but there's so many crazy cases. And did you see the update on she's your state mate, the lovely Courtney Clenny?
The who? What?
Courtney Clenny, they had a hearing yesterday about the computer they seized from her parents when they wanted to indict them in computer fraud, hacking, something. So they had a hearing yesterday, and they wanted the computer back, but the state still wants it. Means even though they seized it under something else, they want it back. That's going to be a wild case. I heard they had a knife throwing expert.
Yeah, because they tried to say that, because that was part of her defense was that she threw the knife because she was scared or whatever, and she threw the knife, and the prosecution was saying there's no way that it could have gone into him the way that it did if she threw it. So they have like a knife throwing expert and stuff. That one's crazy. That one I've been planning on covering, but then but they've postponed it twice, and then all the stuff happened with her parents, of course, and the computers and all that. I did not see the hearing yesterday. Yesterday I was stuck to my computer for like 16 hours working on podcast episodes, but
Yeah, I had one of my snoops because I was waking up looking for it this morning. I don't think it's anywhere, but she got the court document, so that's the good thing about having snoops. But
Sarah Boone was supposed to have a hearing today too.
Yeah, it's about if the media will be allowed to be there when they go through the physical evidence. And I think Smart TV did it live, but I don't normally stream off their website because those 45,000 ad breaks every minute is annoying.
So bad.
But I think we'll rest tomorrow, probably from the defense, so I can cover Boone Friday.
Yeah.
That's
since this one's in Vegas, we're starting later, and we're going live today, which I haven't been normally doing. I've been doing speed trialing because speed trialing is so much better because you can skip the breaks and skip the boring stuff and just get the meat and potatoes, and it's so much better. I did do it live today just because, but starting tomorrow, we're going to go back to the speed trialing and do this a little bit later. So we'll probably I will probably try to do an update on some of the other stuff tomorrow. We watched the verdict in the Thao trial that I was covering before we started today. So
he got a hung jury the last time, and now he got convicted. Was that?
Yeah.
I didn't watch much of it. It was $600 or something.
$618. Yeah, 3 lives for $618, which is crazy.
Yeah, but
Crazy.
That's the thing where you're sitting here, and I've been doing this for 13 years in Denmark, and it's lower court, so we don't get that type of crimes. But you hear some of the things where you're just sitting there thinking, someone should really have punched you in the face really early in your life just to tell you, don't do this. We had a case with there was 8 defendants in it, but they had 4 different incidents, so only one of them was in on all of them. One of them had just been released from prison and for some stupid street violence, and they go out to drink and celebrate he was getting out of prison. Ends up punting a guy in the face. I think he got 4 months in prison for that again. And he had just come out of prison, and you're thinking, why? Well, someone said he looked at me funny. Yeah, but you're an idiot. He was so lucky, but when he punted him, his head hit we have like some bollards with flowers in it. We have like a party street going down to the harbor where there's a lot of bars and stuff like that. So to make sure cars can't drive through because everyone walks on the street, we have flower beds standing there, and he hits it and breaks. How many? I think he had seven fractures in his face. But the ME said had he hit it more towards the temple, he would probably have been dead.
Wow.
Just because someone looked at me funny.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and all of it was started by the same guy. And the only good part was when we saw the surveillance video of the last incident, because then he met a guy he shouldn't have met. He went over, punched a guy, and he got punched in the face with a bottle 21 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hopefully he learned something.
Hopefully. Some people don't ever learn, but...
No. I back when I came back from deployment and I moved in with my wife, we were watching... No, I came back. I used to work at the barracks and came back, and she was saying, I think something happened in your town last night. I said, what? Yeah, apparently someone got run over. I said, weird. And I called one of my buddies, said, what's this about? And we had two brothers who was always fighting. And they had been in a fight that night and beat a guy. He went home, got his dad's car, waited outside a bar, ran him over, killed him.
Wow.
20 years old, I believe.
Wow.
Life is just so short sometimes.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but
yeah.
His brother is still 20 years later fighting almost every weekend. Some eggs are just rotten.
Wouldn't that be exhausting? It'd be so exhausting. That life. I don't know.
I had a few run-ins with some fists in my younger days, but today if I see anything start, I'm the first one out of there. I'm too old. I know how long going to the gym takes me a week just to get over. So getting punched in the face, I couldn't, and it hurts like hell. It's a young man's game.
My jaw still pops from getting punched. When I'm eating, my jaw pops right here from. You can hear. Can you hear that in the microphone?
No.
Probably not. I have my noise reduction on.
Yeah.
But
yep,
you can hear it.
Again, if I won every fight, yeah, maybe. But I've seen him getting so many beatings back in the day, because we have in Denmark you have three routes you can go when you get out of public school. You can either go to the gymnasium, which is if you want to study on university or stuff like that, or you can go to business school. That's if you want to work in a shop or an office, or you can go to trade school like I did and become skilled in some trade. We have all those three in my town. Plus we have sailors if you want to be like a sailor or a captain or a guy working the machine. So a lot of young people. And back in the day, Fridays and Saturdays were Wild West. And these two kids, they got beat so much. And the police said, hey, idiots, don't beat them here. We have surveillance over there. If they turn you in, we have to look at those tapes. Go back there. We don't have cameras there. Because they didn't want to fight them either. So they told people where to beat them up. That's a good day when you could get to do that. It was just weird.
Wow. I'm too old for all that.
Yeah, it's fun having a few drinks, going out, listen to some. I can still do the occasional 4 or 5 a.m., but can't do it every weekend like back in the day.
Yeah. I hear you. Well, what time are you, for those who are not going to be speed trialing with us until later, what time are you starting your trial in the morning?
I'll be back 10 to 9 tomorrow.
What time?
10 to 9.
10 to 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
8:50.
8:50 a.m. So for those of you who want to watch before we start speed trialing, then when y'all finish, you can jump over here. We'll be speed trialing this one in the evenings, afternoons.
And I'm going to chuck you over here anyway, even if you don't want to come.
There you go.
So
Sounds good.
The good thing is Zach went away now.
Zach has behaved better today than normal.
That's because Daddy's here. He doesn't want to.
Which isn't saying, like, I mean, that's not like, that's not saying much. It's
kind of like getting
pretty
hit,
low, but
getting hit by a 2-ton truck or by a 3-ton truck. It's still horrible, but that's no. Zach is he's a weirdo. When was my last trial in Denmark? I was in court 2 weeks ago. Money laundering. Yeah.
Oh.
Money laundering was the last one I had. So
that's interesting.
Well, that's the funny part, because we get all these different kinds. Sometimes in money laundering, sometimes we have a lot of drugs and violence, but I think everyone has that. So that's
yeah.
And you get a bit. That's funny. I had a summer where I think I was in court 17 times in a month, and everything was just drugs. And you get so bored with it. That's just because it's the same excuse every time. Oh, the money is it's for my child's birthday. Well, why is it next to a book where it says Brandi, 5 grams, 250 kronos? What's that? Well, it's because I was buying some balloons off of her, and I needed so many to celebrate my daughter. Nah, that's probably an accounting for something you sold her that's illicit. So yeah, it's sometimes you just want some good fun case. I had a guy who was 4 different places geographically at the same time. That was he at least was fun. And then
that's exciting.
They ask, but didn't you get arrested by the police at this point? Yeah, I was. Oh yeah, I was there.
You have a stirring rendition of the Barbie song?
Stirring rendition. I might have. I get bored sometimes and my brain doesn't work, so I might have started singing Barbie Girl yesterday. And I might have clipped it and put it in my opening.
Well, one of the trolls did call me Timu Barbie, so
yeah, I saw that.
I mean,
so
yeah, I put it on my Twitter bio.
Is it good to be Timu Barbie?
We're gonna go with it is. We're gonna say it is. You know, Timu is convenient and inexpensive. Barbie's
Jamie
pretty,
buys
so
a lot of stuff of Timu, so I think it's good. I actually have my brother-in-law's brother works for Mattel, so he knows all about Barbie. I can call him and say, is it good or bad? It's no, it's again, why call someone Timu Barbie? It's so stupid.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the person who said, well, you're fat.
Yeah.
I watch my show. I say that at least once a show. It's not like
I get that one a lot. I get that I'm fat, that I have saggy skin, I need Botox, that I'm those are most of the physical ones. Those are like the majority of the physical ones that I get. And then of course I get all the ones about how I'm, dumb as a box of rocks and all that kind of stuff too. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, and my eyebrows. Yes, Phila's mom, my eyebrows. That I don't have, my eyebrows are not dark enough. That one I get.
I have absolutely nothing compared to you. You at least you can see yours. I have no eyebrows.
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit there.
Yeah, but I have these deep eyes, so I'm a little Neanderthal. But again, come on with something good. Tell me,
right?
Instead of just, well, you should stream. I had one come in one day and said, you shouldn't stop as much. I said, that's kind of my thing, because I don't want to talk over court. I just wanted to help you get more viewers. Thank you. Start a channel.
We're back.
I'm gonna jump off, get some sleep, because now it's 10:30, and that's why I didn't want to cover this case.
All right. Thank you for jumping on with me. Everybody wave through your portals. Wave bye to Baker. Thank you, Baker.
Thank you so much for having me on, and I'll chuck people over here again tomorrow. Have a wonderful time, everyone. I know you'll be in good hands, and Zach. Behave.
Zach.
Bye.
Bye. Baker.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Holly Bailey, HOLLYBAILEY.
Proceed. Thank you very much. Ma'am, if you could, tell me where you live.
Northwest area, Brown Circle.
On Bronze Circle. Who do you live there with?
My husband and our daughter.
Okay. And do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes.
How did you know Jeff?
He's just been our neighbor for 27 years.
Okay. Where did Jeff live in relation to you?
The one across the street.
Directly across the street.
What's the kind of shape of the street? Is it just a straightaway or?
Small cul-de-sac, like 11 homes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022.
Was that Friday?
I believe so. On that day, does something kind of catch your attention with respect to Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, September 2nd. So what do you notice?
Well, he never leaves his garage door open, and I noticed it was open and his car was in there. And it was, I was running errands that morning, and then when I came home a little while later, around noon, I think it was open, and it's never open.
Okay.
Never.
Now, at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as State Proposed Exhibit 2. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect I'm showing the witness State Proposed 2. Ma'am, take a look at that. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Is that, what is that?
That's his home.
Okay. Is that roughly kind of from a perspective facing from your home, kind of looking over in that direction?
Directly across the street.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit Stage Proposed 2.
No objection.
It's admitted.
May I have permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you so much. Publishing Stage 2. So, you mentioned that on that morning, you noticed that his garage was up.
It was closer to noon
Okay.
because I was running errands that morning. I dropped off at school, and then I had errands, and I was home around noon, or before, a little before that.
And you mentioned you've lived next to this guy for how long?
Across the street, 27 years, almost 30.
And does he keep kind of a regular routine?
Yes.
And so this really stuck out to you?
Yes, because I'm in and out of the house all day long, so I'm familiar with, it's not that big of a street, not to me. But I was his because,
Okay, so it's up around noon. Do you do anything in relation to Jeff to let him know about the garage?
No, but I was busy, and but I had that feeling of angst, like something was wrong.
Okay, so a little more time goes by.
Right.
Do you see that house a little bit later in the day?
All day, up until I left to leave at 2:30.
So at 2:30, is the garage still up?
Yes.
Do you decide to do anything at that point?
Did it when I came home.
Okay, when did you come home?
It was around anywhere between 3:30 and 4.
Okay, so now...
And so I started, I believe it was texting, or I was texting him.
So you're texting him. Is the car in the garage? Is Jeff's car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So now you're texting around 3:30, something like that. Do
Yeah.
you get any response back?
No.
So what do you do at that point?
So I'm really busy, so I just continued on. I spoke with my neighbor. She told me, it's strange. I said, I know I already called him or texted him. I can't remember what it was. And
do you remember which neighbor it was?
Her name is Debbie.
Okay. So you're now asking Debbie too. How long has Debbie lived in the neighborhood with you guys?
I'm not sure, but maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're noticing it. Debbie's noticing it. It's 3:30.
It's basically her and I, because I'm super observant.
Okay.
And she is too, but she works from home, so she's busy herself, but I'm in and out all day long.
Evening comes, any change with that garage door?
No, we were gonna go, we spoke about it, my husband and I. He said if it's still open when it gets dark, we'll just go over there and close.
What?
Yes.
Who does that?
My husband and I walk over there, and I pulled the cord.
All right, so you pull the cord, you bring it down.
And he pulled the garage door down.
All right, so the garage door is pulled down. Do you do anything to alert Jeff to let him know what you did for him?
It was either directly before or directly after. I think it was directly before. I sent him an email. It was either an email or a text. And I said, okay, this is what I think it was before. I said, this is what we're going to do. I haven't heard from you, so I'm assuming maybe we think you left town and you don't have your phone or something. I said, but your garage door's up, and I hope you're not mad, but we're going to go over there and close your garage door for you.
All right. Do you hear anything from him by the end of the night?
No.
Following morning, what happens? Following morning, what happens?
Well, my husband woke me up early.
Okay, what happens then?
And he asked me if I called 311.
Okay, to do what? Why did you want to call 311 at that point?
For a well check.
Right. Do you do it at that point?
I said, let me email him one more time. And then he said, well, I'll go check the backyard. I said, I said, why don't you go check the backyard? He said, that's a good idea.
Is there a way from the cul-de-sac, if you're approaching Jeff's house, is there a way to kind of check that backyard?
To the left, as I'm looking at it.
So when we're looking in this picture, there's some individuals, there's some men standing to the left of that house. Is that the general area that you're talking about, that you can get to the backyard?
I believe so. I've never walked back in his backyard from that direction.
But that's what you were thinking your husband was going to go.
Right, and he said that's a good idea, and then that's what he did. And
then what happened next?
And then
Oh, I feel so bad for her.
she came running in the house sobbing and screaming. And I said, what's going on? You know, what happened? And I ran out there to my husband, and he was on the phone with 911. And he was in shock, and I went into shock. And he was having a hard time
Your husband was?
getting to the 911 operator to understand him.
What happens after? Does your husband eventually get on the phone with 911?
He just kept saying, we know he's dead. What he didn't say, we know he's dead. I heard him being very, like, to a point of arguing because, you know, just get the police over here. And she wanted to know, well, is he breathing? Is it, what, you know, questions about how do you know he's dead? And he said, what is taking so long, or something to that effect? Why can't you just get the police over here? I know he's dead.
And you could see your husband was upset.
Very upset because, you know, he has a bit of an accent and nobody can ever understand him on the phone. Plus it's above 115 degrees. It was a super hot day, very hot.
Did you go over to that side of the house?
Yes, I went up to my husband and then I saw him.
Okay, and when you say him, who are you talking
Jeff.
Okay. After that, do the police or medical personnel eventually arrive?
Yes, but one policeman was walking up the block.
Okay.
And I just felt like it was, I was in shock, but it just seemed like everything was in slow motion because he was walking very slowly, and I kind of said, would you please hurry up?
Okay.
And he says, do you have a medical emergency? I said, no, it's not a medical emergency. I said, you can see.
Okay. And you directed him over to Jeff?
And then I saw a fire truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, but they wouldn't come up.
Okay.
Nobody came up the block.
Did you remain outside and kind of watch as...
Yes, I was praying over him, talking to him.
And so it was you there
This poor
kind of
lady.
just praying for Jeff.
I was, because I just didn't seem, it was just very not natural.
Okay. And you didn't...
And it just couldn't understand. I mean, didn't look like a natural death. I could tell you that right now.
As time goes on, do more emergency personnel and police arrive to the scene?
Of course.
Okay. And do you stay out there generally and kind of watch what's happening?
Yes, I just stayed, I just didn't, I stayed across the street. My gate, my side gate would look directly on him.
Okay. And so you
But
watch.
through a semi-sheer bush,
Okay. And so you watched them kind of set up, crime scene tape with this, that, and the other.
Correct.
You stayed out there. Court's indulgence. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, is Roy Bailey.
This is the husband. Aw.
Straight in towards that ramp. Please watch your step and step up to the witness. Thank you. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the court, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Roy, R-O-W, Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. In September of 2022, what street were you living on?
Bronze Circle.
Bronze Circle? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I'd say 40 years.
40 years. Did you have a neighbor by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Oh, yes.
Where did he live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2.
She's got a delay.
Oh, there we go. Can you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That is Jeff's house.
Okay. And you said you've been in the neighborhood about 40 years. Do you have an estimate of how long he lived there?
Yes, 26 years.
26 years?
Mm-hmm.
I love his accent.
Over the years or decades there, did you kind of get familiar with when he would come and go from his house?
Oh, yeah.
How would you describe his daily routine?
Excuse me. He would, in the mornings, I was working outside my house, and Jeff would come out around 8 o'clock or something, and I assumed he went and got his coffee or whatever and came back, and a lot of times, he would acknowledge me, I'd acknowledge him.
So he had kind of a routine of going to get coffee in the morning?
Yeah, quite
And then
often.
you'd see him when he'd come back?
Yes, absolutely.
On the 2nd of September of 2022, did you notice something strange at his house?
At his house?
Yeah, or how his house looked, I guess.
This was on the Friday, correct?
Yes, yeah.
I noticed the garage door was open.
Could you tell whether or not his car was there?
No.
Okay.
No, I couldn't see that low.
Okay. Was it unusual for him to have his garage door open?
Yes, he would come and go, but always close it.
Because you saw that, did you take note of it throughout the day?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with your wife about the garage door?
Yes.
And do you ever walk over there on the 2nd?
Not early because of the heat.
Okay. How about later in the day?
Yes, I did go over there.
And when you went over there, did you go by yourself that evening, I guess it would be, or with anyone?
No, with my wife.
You went over with your wife?
Yes.
At that time when you went over, do you remember if his car was there or not?
Yes, it was there.
It was there. Did that strike you as unusual?
No.
Okay. Did you and your wife do anything to the house when you went over that evening?
Closed the door.
Were you aware of whether or not your wife had attempted to contact Jeff during the day?
Yes, throughout the day.
And to your knowledge, was contact ever made?
No.
I want to talk to you about the next day, the 3rd of September. Did you go over to Jeff's house that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time you went over?
Around 9:15 in the morning.
Okay. And I assume you just walked over yourself?
Well, my granddaughter
your
was behind.
Okay, so she kind of was following behind you?
Yes.
Is that, yes? When you, looking at this picture, did you go, like, I know the garage door would have been shut, but did you go to his front door, or where did you walk?
I went to his front door.
And is that towards the, kind of the...
To the right.
Yeah,
Correct.
where the trees are?
Yes.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell.
And any response?
No.
Okay, what happened after you did that?
After I did that, I thought about going around, I was going to go around the back to see, if there was something up that way. And, I did go around the corner, around the garage.
And so did you head from looking at the, like from the tree area across the garage here?
I could, once I turned the corner, I could see across.
Okay, but did you walk over to that other side?
I walked over to the other side.
And what did you see there?
When I made the right turn, I walked about another 6 feet or so and saw.
Aww.
Sorry.
It's okay. Do you need any water? Or?
I saw Jeff.
You saw Jeff. Was he on the ground?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you saw him, and based on that, what did you do?
I called 911.
Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you standing there calling?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point after you called 911, did police and other people arrive at the residence?
Yes, there was a patrol officer that came by.
What happened?
Okay.
Within a very short time, actually.
So the patrol guy comes first, and then...
What is happening?
Were there a lot more people that came to the
That
house?
followed. Yes.
Do you remember if you were interviewed by officers about what you saw?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And how about, did officers ask you about whether or not you had a video surveillance system on your house?
Yes, they did.
Did they ask for permission to download that from you?
Yes, they did.
And I assume you gave permission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Bailey. When you were interviewed, was it a formal interview where you went into the police department, a detective's office to give an interview?
No, they were in the house. I mean, the detectives were around all day. And
Okay. So it was just when they arrived on the scene. Is that the interview that you were referring to?
Yes.
Do you know if they recorded your interview or not?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused for a subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. You may call your next witness.
We'll call Deborah Ryan. Step up to the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Moving
so
through
help you
fast.
God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Debbie, Debbie, Ryan, Ryan.
Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. Ms. Ryan, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Jeff Garrett?
I do.
Okay. What was your relationship to him? How'd you know Jeff?
Neighbors, or he lives right across the street from me for 27 or 28 years.
All right. What was the street that you and Jeff lived on?
Bronze Circle.
Do you know a couple by the name of Roy and Holly Bailey?
I do.
And how do you know Roy and Holly?
Been our neighbors since we've lived there for 33 years, right beside us.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been already admitted to stage 2. You look at that monitor over the, well, you can look at the monitor even just to your right, that helps. Or you can look at the big one behind
No,
you.
this is better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Jeff's.
All right, so I just want to orient the jury for a minute. So Jeff lives there. Where do the Baileys live in relation to Jeff?
Straight across the street.
Okay, is that in a cul-de-sac?
We're in a cul-de-sac.
All right, and if we're at the Bailey's house, all right, if we're in the Bailey's house, do you live to the left of the Bailey's house, or you live to the right?
To the right.
Okay, so you live right next door to the right, so you're also facing Jeff?
Yes.
All right, so I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you notice something in relation to Jeff's home that catches your attention?
I did. The garage door was open.
Okay. Why did that, of all things, catch your attention?
Because unless he's outside, was working on the lawn or something, it was always closed.
Okay, so
it's always closed.
So you look over, garage is open, but Jeff's not there.
I didn't notice him, no.
Okay, was his car there?
Yes.
All right. So around what time do you remember roughly?
I'm going to say 11:30, 12.
Okay, sometime in the afternoon, right, or midday. Yeah. So do you do anything at that point, or do you just kind of go about your business?
I didn't. I thought maybe he was working on the side of the house or something. I was getting lunch. I work remote. Went back to work.
So you go back to work. A little later in the day, is that garage door still open?
It is.
Do you notice it at that point? Are you concerned at that point?
I was a little, because I wondered why it was still open. I left to go get groceries, so I walked over and knocked on the front door, rang the doorbell.
And so when you knocked on the door, did you notice anything? Did you notice like any signs of like someone breaking in or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you knock on the door, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
Ring the doorbell, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what do you do at that point?
Walked back and went and got groceries. I thought maybe he was showering. I don't know. I just walked back to the house.
All right, so you go about your day. Let's take at some point in the evening, do you kind of notice or check on the door or see what's going on?
We did. My husband came home. We went to get something to eat. It was still open. When we came back, it was still open. So I called Roy and Holly to see if they knew, where he was at. It was unusual.
When you spoke with them, did they share a similar concern as you did? Okay. Yes. So what do you decide to do at that point?
We walked over. Roy pulled the cord in the garage so the door would go down. At least we knew it was shut. We thought maybe, I don't know, he'd left on vacation or something and the door open.
Okay. Do you hear from Jeff that night at all?
No.
All right. So let's get to the following morning. Let's talk about September 3rd. That morning, what are you doing that day, or what were you planning on doing?
We left for a ball game.
Okay.
We were at the ball game, and I'm not sure what time it was. I'll say 9:30 or so. I don't know. It was in the morning. We'd just gotten to the game, and I got a call from Holly. Very.
Tell me, before we get into what she said, what is her demeanor like when you get on the phone? How does she sound?
I can't even understand her. She's screaming, crying.
Okay. And what does she tell you?
That Jeff's dead.
Okay.
Roy had found him. So we left immediately and went home.
Okay. When you get home, when you pull up through Bronze Circle, what do you see?
There are already cops starting to be there, but it wasn't closed off yet, so we were able to go into our house.
Okay, so you were able to make it to your home. Do you watch from your home? Do you come outside and just kind of watch as things unfold? What do you remember?
We're outside.
Okay.
Watching.
Does it, I mean, I know you're not a police officer, but does everything seem kind of, normal for the most part? Does anything look out of the ordinary as police or paramedics or people are responding to the scene?
No, I mean, I don't know what,
Okay.
no.
Nothing stood out to you?
No.
Okay. And you stay out there for a while and watch?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing, during the whole time you're out there, nothing catches your attention as being out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Did the police eventually speak to you at some point?
Came by, yeah.
Was it that day?
Yeah.
And where did you give your interview at?
They were just right in front of the house. They were asking a couple questions, but they still were not really saying anything. Obviously, they were trying to figure out what's going on.
And you in general just relayed kind
Yeah.
of some of the things you just shared with us today?
Yeah, that we didn't know.
All right, well, listen, thank you so much. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, thank you, Ms. Ryan. When you were interviewed, was it by patrol officers, detectives?
It wasn't really an interview. They were just kind of in the neighborhood, going around trying to calm people, I think, more than anything. They weren't asking a lot of questions.
Okay, but you did come in contact with officers. Were they uniformed?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if they recorded your conversation with them?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Claire Browning.
They're moving through these witnesses quick. Of course, these are just the neighbors, so these aren't going to be long anyway. Claire Browning.
Please step up from the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Claire Browning. First name is C-L-A-I-R-E. Last name is B-R-O-W-N-I-N-G.
May I proceed? You may. How are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 9 years now.
Okay. And you said you're a senior crime scene analyst?
I am.
Can you explain to the members of the jury first what a crime scene analyst does?
The duties of a crime scene analyst are to respond to crime scenes once we've been requested. We document the scene through notes, photography, a diagram if necessary, process for any latent prints, and collecting the evidence as it pertains to the crime.
And do you undergo training with Metro before you're allowed to work as a crime scene analyst?
Yes, we do.
And can you just give us an overview of that?
We go through a 12-week crime scene analyst academy, as well as a 12-week field training evaluation program, and we do continuing education classes after that.
And you mentioned that you're a senior crime scene analyst. Is there some testing or proficiency requirement or I guess experience that allows you to have that designation?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
We go through a testing process to promote to senior crime scene analysts. Once we are a senior, we are able to handle more complex calls to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, things of that nature. We also are responsible for training newer crime scene analysts and being an acting supervisor.
And you were working as a crime scene analyst on September the 3rd of 22?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to 7216 Bronze Circle?
That's correct.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Were you the only crime scene analyst that responded?
No, I was not. Senior crime scene analyst Christy Thomas also responded, and a crime scene analyst supervisor, Caitlin King, responded.
Now, when crime scene analysts arrive at a scene that's a possible homicide, I assume there's detectives and patrol officers there as well?
That's correct.
What kind of happens when you first get there?
When we first arrive on scene, we typically get a scene briefing, kind of the logistics of the scene, what we have, what items of evidence there potentially might be. We get that from a patrol officer, and then we kind of meet as a team to kind of determine the scene.
And when you say you meet as a team, is that yourself and detectives?
That's correct.
Oh, and other crime scene analysts, I should say?
That's correct.
Do you all like kind of take an overview of the scene before people get down into the work of it?
Yes, we typically do a walkthrough of the scene to kind of determine what's going to be important for us.
Okay. Now, you said that for homicide scenes, generally, there's more than one crime scene analyst that responds. How are the duties divided amongst the analysts?
It can vary from scene to scene, but typically, and especially on this scene, we divided it so that one crime scene analyst was doing the report.
Ugh. Why?
And the photos, which was myself. And another crime scene analyst typically does the evidence and the diagram, which was Christy Thomas in this case.
And but all of you are sort of familiar with the scene because you're working it together?
Yes, we work in tandem.
Okay. And you were the photographer?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? And I don't know if Mr. Horvath and Mr. Duffovich, do you want to? Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has reviewed all these photos that I'm going to show her, the witness. Okay. I'm going to ask you just to look through these in groups, and this is states proposed 1 through 51. If you can just let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Flip faster, honey.
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they a fair and accurate? So 2, or I guess 3 through 51.
No objection.
And with respect to state's proposed 1, does that appear to be like a Google image of the house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 1.
No objection.
Thank you. The next series I'd like you to look at are state's proposed 52 to 105. If you could have a look at those.
Yes, these are the same prosecutors for Thami. He pled not guilty. He says he's being framed. It wasn't him. I just don't like his facial expressions. And he made sweet Roy Bailey cry, which makes me like him even less.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of sort of the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 52 to 105.
No objection.
Next group is 53 to 134.
See, when we're speed trialing, this is when we can like hit that little 5-second Why is this doing this?
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the outside and backyard area of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 106 through 134.
No objection.
Next group is 135 through 148. There's just one more after that.
He does need to work on fixing his face. Not a
Those appear to
fan.
be the garage area and Mr. Gehrman's vehicle.
Yes.
State moves to admit 135 through 148.
We have no objection.
And the last group is state's proposed 149 through 161, if you could look through those.
Hold on. Something's got it. Hold on. We're gonna wait. I can't. I'm getting annoyed. Hold on. Let me see. Something's going on with my. Let me swap internet. I might blink for a. Um. Let's see what is making this. My Wi-Fi is really fast. So what's going on? Why are we? This is showing it's going fast. Um, Search. No. This is going fast. Fiber's working. And, Okay, let's see. Let's see if that does any better.
Or finances as well.
Okay, and for the record, State's
I get, like,
Proposed 149 is
spinny
the diagram
rage.
of the crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the remaining
road rage,
up
but-
to 161 are photographs that were taken on the 3rd?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of how they appeared with some of the crime scene analyst markers on them?
Yes.
State moves to admit 149 to 161.
We have no objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. So we're going to start with what's been admitted as States 1. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the front of the residence with a Google Street View.
Okay. And this is what's been admitted as States 2. And what are we looking at in that one?
This is the front of the residence on September 3rd.
Okay. Now, as we see it here, it looks like there's some crime scene tape on there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Who puts the crime scene tape up?
It's usually going to be the first responding officers.
Okay. And that was in place by the time you got there?
That's correct.
I'm going to put on the overhead States 5. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side yard of that same residence.
Okay. And this is State 7. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is, again, the west side yard of that same residence. The gate in the back leads to the backyard, and in front of that gate, you can see the decedent.
Okay. That gate that we see in the backyard, did that have locks on it, or was it closed or anything?
No, there were gates on both the east and west sides of the house, and neither of them had a lock.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead, what's been admitted as States 10. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the decedent.
And when you and other crime scene analysts are noting, or I guess documenting the crime scene, is there any movement of the decedent before you take the photographs, or do you want to keep the scene as it was and in your photography, I guess I should say?
Ideally, we keep the scene as pristine as we can. My photographs were actually taken after initial photographs of another CSA. They had already done an initial cursory body examination, and during that time, they discovered that the circumstances of his death were suspicious, so a homicide was called out.
Was there thinking at one point that it might have been a medical incident?
There was.
Okay. And then after that kind of was dispelled, then homicide and yourself respond?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the decedent, was there an attempt to document any personal property that he had on his person?
Yes, there was.
And what did he have with him?
Inside the left front pocket of the shorts that he was wearing, he had a cell phone. Protruding from the left rear pocket of those same shorts was a wallet with cards and identification in the name Jeffrey Gehrman, as well as several US dollar bills in cash. And then in his right front pocket, there was a car key.
So I'm putting on the overhead States 40. Is that the cell phone that you just spoke of?
Yes, it is.
And this is States 41. What is that?
This is the car key.
And I think you mentioned a wallet as well?
That's correct.
Okay. This is States 43. That's his wallet?
That's correct.
Was there photography done on the inside of his wallet to see if there was any cash present?
Yes, there was.
This is States 46. And that was documented as well?
Yes.
Probably, do you know how much money he had on him, or?
I can't recall.
Okay.
The evidence was booked by crime scene analyst Christy Thomas.
Okay, but it didn't appear like there was money taken from his wallet because it's present.
It did not appear so.
And this is States 47. That would be his identification?
That's correct.
Now, the areas surrounding the body, did yourself and other crime scene analysts take note of the condition of those bushes and kind of shrubs?
Yes.
And what were your observations about them?
The bushes that were closest to the decedent had several broken branches. There was also apparent blood on those branches, and the rocks appeared to be disturbed around those bushes.
And putting on the overhead States 51, is that an example of that?
Yes, it is.
And this is States 50, sort of another view of the bushes with blood.
Yes.
You said the rocks around him were disturbed as well?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with the decedent's body, are there attempts made to preserve evidence in the form of DNA that might be on his person?
Yes.
And what is that?
We typically, whenever we are recovering a body from a scene, we're going to place handbags over their hands so we can preserve any kind of DNA evidence that might be on their hands or under the nails, whatever the case may be. We also wrap them in a clean sheet to preserve any trace evidence that might be on them.
I'm putting on the overhead States 37. What is that?
This is a representation of one of the bags that we put on his hand.
And this is States 36. That would be the other one, I think.
Yes.
And again, you said that's to preserve like DNA evidence?
That's correct.
Did yourself, detectives and crime scene analysts go into Mr. Garriman's residence as well?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the residence, I guess I should say, what way did you make entry? Through the sort of the garage door that leads into the house or the front door?
I believe we made entry through the interior garage door.
Okay. Did you do any documentation of the front door to note its condition?
Yes.
Was there any damage to the front door?
There was no damage to the front door.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead States 52. Is that the front door?
Yes, it is.
And the photograph is to document that it hasn't been kicked in or there's no damage to the frame?
That's correct.
How about the interior of the residence? How would you describe it?
The interior of the residence was actually very clean, very orderly. Everything was essentially in its place.
Have you been to residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Did this residence look like that at all?
No, it did not.
Did it look like there was any area of disturbance inside the residence?
No.
This is States 53. What part of the house is that?
This is the living room.
And again, no disturbance and his TV's present, everything.
Hold on. I'm going to blink for a second, but I'm swapping our feeds so we can see the.
Into residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Area. This is Stater.
Yes.
This is States 54. Is that just another view of the living room?
Yes, it is.
This is States 59. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the bedroom inside the residence.
And again, no sign of disturbance.
That's correct.
This is state 60. And we're looking at.
This is another view of the bedroom.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, state 64. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is like a sitting room that was just off of the living room.
No sign of disturbance in that room?
No.
This is state 66. And what room is that?
This is the office.
This is state 68. Appears to be sort of a closer view of his computer.
Yes.
Any sign of disturbance that you saw in that office area?
No.
Did you note the condition of like closets and cupboards to document whether or not there was any disturbance in those areas as well?
Yes, I did.
This is state 71. No disturbance in that closet, it appears.
That's correct.
And this is state 74. Sort of a cupboard, no disturbance.
That's correct.
And was it like that throughout the house? There was no sign of disturbance anywhere on the inside?
Correct.
Did Mr. Gehrman have medication that appeared undisturbed as well?
Yes, he did.
He's very neat and orderly.
I want to move to, this is states 81, you can tell me. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the dining room area inside the residence.
Okay. And this is states 83. That dining room area to the right of it is a kitchen?
Yes.
And I see like a butcher block on the counter there. Did you document whether any knives were missing or anything like that?
There were no knives missing from the block.
Okay. This is states 89. What are we looking at there?
This is another view of the other side of the kitchen.
Okay, no sign of disturbance?
No sign of disturbance.
And this is states 91.
This is again another view of the kitchen.
And again, no indication of disturbance?
No disturbance.
I'm showing you now states 100, and it appears to be a trash bag. What was done with that?
This trash bag was located on the floor in between that dining room area and the kitchen. It was just open on the floor like that. We went through it and looked for any kind of receipts to kind of determine a timeline.
And I'm putting on the overhead now, states 103. What is that?
This is a receipt from Roberto's, dated 9/2, I believe at 9:03 a.m.
Okay, and the date would be on the receipt here. Can you see it? Oh, I know. I know. So we see the receipt from 9/2?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other part of the receipt has the time at 9:03 a.m.?
Yes.
How about the sort of the exterior of all of Mr. Gehrman's house? Was that documented by crime scene analysts as well?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document to see if there were any kind of disturbances or any way that somebody might have made entry into the residence.
This is states 106. Let me back up. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side gate that is just behind the decedent.
Okay, and that gate is closed, but there's not locks on it?
That's correct.
Was there any sign of disturbance around sort of the perimeter of the house?
There wasn't much of a disturbance. As you can see in that last photo, the gate is not latched all the way. So the door is closed, but it's not latched. Also, there's a window just north of that gate, so on the other side of the gate in the backyard. That window had a splash through the screen.
Okay, I'm putting on the overhead states 111. Can we see the the window that you're talking about in that photograph? It's probably, can you see it or no?
I don't believe so. It's actually just beyond that bush on the left.
Okay, I'll try this one. This is states 113. Can you see the, looking at 113, can you see the slash mark on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's that the linear line.
Can you, there's a mouse up there? Yeah.
I believe that this is the slash.
Okay, I'm going to approach just so you're sure.
Yes, that appears to be so.
Okay. Did you take a closer look at that slash, or is there any further description you can give of it?
There's just a tear in the
screen.
In the screen.
Okay. This is states 114. It might be a better picture of it. Is that the slash that you were talking about?
That's correct.
Any other disturbance though on the window, like on the inside of that corresponding room, broken glass, anything pushed out?
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. And as you continue to the back of the residence, any disturbance whatsoever?
Not that I recall.
Okay. This is states 117. That appear to be the back of the residence?
Yes.
And then the back door that leads, I assume, into the kitchen area, no, that wasn't broken or any sign of disturbance to that as well?
No.
That's a cool tree.
Mr. Gehrman's car was present at the scene?
Yes, it was.
This is states 135. And the keys were in his pocket, right?
That's correct. One key was in his pocket and one key was actually in the bedroom closet.
In the bedroom closet. The car itself, was it disturbed? Did you look at it on the inside?
We did open up the car. It was very clean on the inside.
Clean on the inside, nothing appeared out of the ordinary?
That's correct.
So the scene appears to be kind of confined to that side yard area?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a diagram of the crime scene.
Okay. Now on this diagram, I see AB6, AB5, 15, AB4, and AB3, 2, and 1. What are those designations?
The AB1 through, I believe it's 6, is apparent blood. So apparent blood stain 1 through 6. There are different locations around the body. Number 15 is actually a broken branch that we located near the body that also had apparent blood on it.
Were swabs taken of these areas?
Yes.
And how do you guys do that at a scene?
Whenever we take swabs of apparent blood, especially in this case, AB1 and AB2 are actually going to just be the physical surface that the blood was on, so it's 2 rocks. 15, like I said, is a branch that had apparent blood on it, so that was booked just as a branch. However, I believe it's AB3 through AB6. We take a cotton swab, so think of it like a Q-tip. We put molecular water on it, which is just essentially clean water, and then we swab the stain and secure it in an envelope and submit it for evidence.
Now, prior to swabbing it, do you mark it on the ground or on wherever it is and photograph it so you know which one is AB1, 2, 3, or 4?
That's correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 150. And can you see the crime scene analyst markers on there?
Yes, you can.
And where should the jury be looking for those?
If you look here on the rocks, this is AB1 and AB2, I believe. The rocks themselves were collected, and then one of the designators is actually right here in the bush on the branch.
Okay. This is states 151. And
No
are you
solo
able to see
cups,
those
Lindsay
markers as
Hendricks.
well, I can read it with my glasses. AB1 and AB2?
Yes, AB1, AB2 are on the ground, AB3 is on the branch.
Okay, and those correspond to where they were on the diagram?
That's correct.
And so this would be AB3, which is on that branch?
Yes.
Now I'm putting on the overhead states 158. Appears to be like a outside decorative butterfly and a bird bath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were swabs taken from those items as well?
Yes.
And those would have been impounded the same way that you previously described?
That's correct.
And then are you, as a crime scene analyst, the
I
person who
can't
does
stand his face.
DNA testing or forensic testing on the item?
No, I do not.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Brandi, you had testified it was yourself and two other crime scene analysts.
That's correct.
The other two analysts were Thomas and King.
That's correct.
Did all three of you arrive at the address at the same time?
Approximately the same time, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
14:41.
Did you arrive in the same vehicle with crime scene analyst Thomas?
I don't believe so. I think we took separate vehicles.
Okay, same question for crime scene analyst King.
I think she also took a separate vehicle.
All right. You arrived at the residence. Who's present when you arrive?
When I arrived, crime scene analyst Janelle Bracken was there initially. She did the initial documentation of the decedent. I believe homicide had already arrived, and there were patrol officers as well.
So when you arrived, and you testified that you arrived at presumably the same time that crime scene analyst Thomas and crime scene analyst King arrived, crime scene analyst Bracken was already there.
That's correct.
So now we have 4 crime scene analysts.
Yeah, she responded to the scene initially on a dead body call. After they did their coroner examination, they determined that the circumstances of that death were suspicious. So as it was the end of her shift, swing shift, which is a shift that I work, took over, and she left the scene.
Are you aware at what time crime scene analyst Bracken arrived?
I am not sure what time she arrived.
When you arrived, you testified that homicide was there. You're referring to homicide detail?
Homicide detectives, that's correct.
And who was the principal detective, if you knew, of this crime scene investigation based upon your arrival and your understanding?
I believe the detectives that were the lead agents on the case were Detective Gaddis and Hawkins.
Gaddis and Hawkins.
That's correct.
And they belong basically to the homicide group or the homicide detail, fair to say?
That's correct.
How many detectives in total were present when you arrived?
I can't recall.
Fair to say there was a lot of people coming in and out?
There were...
Law enforcement.
Yes, there were a lot of law enforcement on scene.
How many patrol officers were on scene, if you're aware?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of any Metro Intelligence officers that were present?
I don't recall that.
Okay. There may have been, you just don't recall.
That's correct.
Now, your responsibilities were primarily that of taking photos and generating a report in reference to those photos, fair to say? As well as the evidence diagram that we've reviewed with you, that's State's Exhibit 149, correct?
CSA Thomas was the one that impounded the evidence and generated the diagram.
Okay. So your primary responsibility was that of photographing?
That's correct.
We were shown photographs, it was State's Exhibit 36 of the hands. Do you recall those?
That's correct, yeah.
You didn't place basically the covering on the hands, correct?
I can't recall which of us put the handbags over the hand.
So you may have put the handbags on the hands?
Typically, it'll be the crime scene analyst who is doing the evidence recovery will do that, but I can't recall.
Okay, and who would have that person been?
That would have been CSA Thomas.
But you don't know if it was CSA Thomas or yourself, correct, to put those bags?
I can't recall.
And fair to say, when you arrived, there were no bags on the hands, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long those hands were exposed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
You had given testimony concerning this knife block inside Mr. Gehrman's residence?
Yes.
And you had testified that no knives were missing from that particular block, correct? Did you, and this block was in the kitchen area?
Yes, it was.
Did you open and review the drawers contained within, inside the kitchen?
Not that I recall.
Didn't photograph the contents?
No.
Didn't know what was in there before your arrival, a week before or following your departure, correct?
No.
Did you take any measurements of the distance between the kitchen area to the scene where the photographs were taken of the blood and the other matters?
No, we did not.
You were asked to give testimony concerning the slash. It State's Exhibit 113. And you characterized that as a slash, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry? You probably don't want to mess up your stack. I have 113, but actually I have it. Thank you very much. Can you see it? There's a delay. This is the slash that was referred to, correct?
Yes.
Window. And that was on the other side of the gate where Mr. Gehrman was found, correct?
Correct.
And then a close-up of this slash. is in
September
Exhibit
2nd,
150,
2022.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, you use the word slash, but you don't know whether or not that was slashed by a knife or was even cut, correct?
No, it's a defect.
A defect. So, I mean, the idea of slash, that's something that doesn't necessarily fit that photograph, does it?
It could potentially, but it is a defect in the screen.
It could have been a fray.
It could have been.
And are you aware of what level what height this slash or this fray was from the ground?
I don't recall.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Browning, when crime scene analysts are working scenes, it looks like you're on duty now, right? Is that what you would wear?
Yes.
Do you wear gloves?
Yes, we do.
What's the purpose of crime scene analysts wearing gloves?
It's to prevent any contamination or cross-contamination of the scene.
Okay, and do all crime scene analysts at murder scenes wear gloves in order to avoid that contamination?
Yes, we do. We actually double glove anytime that DNA is a concern.
Okay, and so whoever bagged the hands of Mr. Gehrman would have been double gloved?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got to the scene, I think you, we talked about there being crime scene tape up.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the tape?
The tape is to keep any non-law enforcement personnel out of the scene.
When you've been at murder scenes in your work at Metro, in a murder scene, if you're law enforcement, is everybody allowed to go in the scene where the decedent is?
No.
What are the rules on that?
Typically, it's going to be people that are actively investigating the scene.
Okay, so anyone who happens to be standing around can't go into the scene?
Correct.
And are there steps taken by patrol officers, analysts, and detectives, everybody, to preserve scenes?
Yes.
And that's in order to preserve any possible evidence that might be present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and follow up. You were part of a second group that arrived. There was a crime scene analyst, Bracken, who had arrived prior to you, correct?
Correct.
Initially, this wasn't treated as a homicide scene, was it?
Not initially.
So these concerns regarding preserving evidence and contamination obviously would have followed, fair to say?
Anytime that a decedent is on scene, we do our best to lock down the scene. We have patrol officers on scene. We put tape up. We take all the precautions as necessary.
But you weren't present?
I was not present for that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness. Thanks.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Jamie Yos.
Jamie who?
Jamie Yos. Please watch your steps and be shutting up a little witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand.
I can't stand his face.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Jamie Yos, Jamie, Jamie, last name Yos, Ios as in Sam.
May I proceed, Your Honor? How were you employed?
I am the Director of the Office of Public Information for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what does that mean you do?
I supervise a staff of 10. We are a liaison between the public, the media, and the department. We put together press releases, press conferences. We maintain the department's social media sites as well as the website.
When you say press releases, does that sometimes concern crimes that have just occurred?
Yes, it does.
And are some of those seeking the public's assistance to see if they can identify somebody?
Yes, we do ask for the public's assistance.
Were you working in that capacity in September of 2022?
Yes.
And were you involved in the press releases associated with the Jeff Gehrman homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember, can you tell the members of the jury just generally what type of information or what was released by Metro related to that investigation?
The Public Information Office is not an investigative unit, but when an investigative unit like homicide wants to put out pictures of a crime scene, of evidence, of video they have of a suspect, they'll coordinate with the Public Information Office and we'll either put together a written press release that we release to the media, or sometimes we do press conferences where we release photos and videos of evidence.
And was video evidence released in this case?
Yes, we had video evidence in this case.
Who compiles that, or who decides what's released?
The homicide section, or whatever the investigative section is, decides what they want released, and then they send it to the Public Information Office, and we kind of compile it for them and put it together in a presentation that then we can give to the public.
Okay. I want to play, I think this will be State's Proposed 338. Yes. Okay. Does that image look familiar, or the kind of
Yes.
top part of that? It
Yes.
says man found deceased outside home.
Yep.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at surveillance video from the neighborhood of where the Gehrman murder occurred that homicide gave to the Public Information Office to release for a press conference on September 6th, 2022.
And there was video, this is sort of a still of the video evidence that was released?
Yes.
Okay, can we just play that?
Hold on. Listen to this. Can you hear that? Do you hear how loud they are? They are literally right on the other side of the wall from me, and they are banging. Whatever they're doing to Mr. Bill's, what used to be Mr. Bill's condo, they are so loud.
So looking at that video, it appears there's like a normal speed of an individual walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And then a slower version?
Yes.
And then a picture of a car?
Yes.
And then a still?
Yes.
Sort of? All of those would have been provided to you by homicide detectives?
Yes.
Metro pushes that information out on September 5th or 6th?
September 5th, we released a photo of the suspect in the case. September 6th, we had a press conference where we released the video, the picture of the car, and again, the still photo of the suspect.
Now, once those are put out by Metro, if someone is calling in and says, I have information, does that go to you?
No, that does not go to our office. If we need a 24/7 response, there's a certain phone number that goes to what we call our Fusion Watch, where we put out their phone number that can get answered at any time if people have tips. We also provide the Crime Stoppers phone number. So if people want to call and report tips anonymously, they can do that. And we also, for that press conference, provided the email for the homicide section in case anyone wanted to email homicide as well.
Okay. And the tips that come in, those are followed up by homicide
Yes.
at your office?
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're clear, you're involved in putting this information, these photographs, these recordings out, but you don't monitor the responses that are received. Were you involved in the series concerning Bob the burglar, where there was a similarly dressed individual in this area?
Yes.
And when was this Bob the burglar series presented?
Approximately 1 to 2 months before the homicide.
Okay, and you reviewed those videos in preparation for your testimony today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Robert, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down. You're excused for your subpoena. And the state may call their next witness.
Stephanie Smithson.
I'll take that off. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the Lord.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Smithson, Smitten.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what is your job title?
I am a senior crime scene analyst.
We just had a crime scene analyst testify before you. How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
Almost 8 years.
And you're a senior crime scene analyst as well?
Yes.
And so that means you're allowed to go to more complicated scenes because of a demonstrated proficiency and experience?
Yes.
When crime scene analysts assist detectives with search warrants, can you describe what your responsibilities are at that type of scene?
Yeah, so generally we'll document the crime scene, and we do that by taking notes, we take photographs, we collect evidence, sometimes we'll process for fingerprints, and then at the end we'll generate a report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Doskitchen? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs. The first one is State's Proposed 217. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the location where you served a search warrant on September 7th with detectives?
Yes.
And then I'd like you to look through this series of photographs, which is State's Proposed 254 through 310. And tell me when you're done with those, please.
Lucy's hiding under the bed. It's too loud. I'm trying to unmute my mic in between them banging, but...
With respect to 254 to 310, are those a fair and accurate depiction of the location of the search warrant as well as items recovered from the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit those exhibits or those photographs.
Okay.
And then with respect to 217, is that an outside view of the location for the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit 217. Now, as the crime scene analyst on a search warrant, are you searching as well as the detectives?
We generally leave the searching up to the detectives.
Okay, so they search the particular locations, and then where do you guys come in as crime scene analysts?
Once they find an item of interest, they will ask us to go to that location and photograph it, document it, or collect it.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as States 217. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Is that 9624 Spanish Steps Lane?
Yes.
Did you know whose residence this was?
Yes.
Whose residence is it?
Robert, tell us.
Okay. And that's a search warrant was served there on September the 7th with detectives and yourself?
Yes.
You said the detectives typically are doing the searching and you document where various items are found photographically?
Yes.
And then what happens to those items after you document them photographically?
We can collect it and bring it back to the lab for impound or further processing.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 254. What area of the residence are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the kitchen.
And there appears to be an open drawer on the right side of the dishwasher?
Yes.
What of interest was in that drawer?
There were several items inside of that drawer.
Such as?
Scissors, I believe a knife was in there as well, or a box cutter.
I'm putting on the overhead states 255, sort of a closer view of that drawer. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there, it looks like there's a pair of black scissors, maybe a box cutter, and then some gray scissors?
Yes.
This is states 256. Is that a closer up view of those items?
Yes.
Were those items collected and impounded by you?
Yes.
With respect to those items, did you do anything in terms of further processing them for the presence of blood or DNA type evidence?
Yes, they were all swabbed for possible DNA. The scissors, the gray ones, were swabbed for apparent blood.
For apparent blood. I'm putting on the overhead states 259. Those are the gray scissors?
Yes.
And what is the notation that we see with the AB5, the bright pink?
The pink sticker is just a scaled sticker to show an area of interest, the area that I believe to be apparent blood.
Okay, and those are these are things that you processed yourself?
Correct.
You swapped? Do you recall a pair of shoes or like half a shoe and a whole shoe being collected at that scene?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 263. Do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
And was that one of the shoes that were collected at that search warrant?
Yes.
And this is states 268. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a partial shoe that was also located.
Okay.
And recovered.
And were you the person that swabbed the shoe and the partial shoe for possible DNA evidence?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 274. Is that upside down?
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at there?
These are multiple pieces of like white, gray rubber pieces.
And did they appear to be like pieces of a shoe?
They appear to be that way, yes.
Okay. Did you swab those items as well?
There was one that I swabbed.
And why did you swab a particular item?
There was a small area of a reddish-brown stain on one of the pieces.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 275. Zoom in. Do you see the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
And usually, I think there's a mouse up in front of you. Are you able to point that out for the jury?
Oh, where'd it go? I don't know where the mouse went.
Okay. Well, how about
Okay.
Is that the area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 277. Let me back out. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a Ziploc bag that had more of those rubber pieces that were gray, black, and white in color.
Okay. And did you make some attempt to put some of them together to document what the cut pieces might have been before they were all cut up tiny?
Yes.
This is states 280. And what are we looking at there?
This appears to be the tongue of the shoe that will depict the brand, the size.
So it's like a Nike shoe?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 282. What is that photograph?
This is a picture of a Sprouts grocery bag containing multiple pieces of a cut straw hat.
This is states 284. Is that the hat?
Yes.
And this is states 285. It looks like you laid the pieces of the hat out.
Yes.
Did you do any swabs on that Sprouts bag itself?
The bag, yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of swabbing it?
For possible DNA.
And how about on the pieces of the hat? Did you swab them?
No.
Let me. One second. Were all of the different pieces of the hat impounded?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, I'm putting on the overhead states 306. What is that item?
This is a duffel bag.
And was that collected in the search warrant as well?
Yes.
And so you would have photographed that and impounded that as well?
Yes.
If I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 second. Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smithson, when you arrived at the residence, what time was it?
At the residence was about 9:30 a.m.
Who else was present when you arrived?
There were homicide detectives, patrol officers were there, personnel from the crime scene analyst section as well.
Okay, how many other crime scene analysts were present?
There was a crime scene analyst supervisor that was present, our director was present, and myself.
So 3 crime scene analysts.
Correct, when I arrived.
Did others arrive prior to your getting there?
Crime scene analyst?
Yes.
No.
So you were the first?
Correct.
And the others arrived after you did?
Correct.
Which detectives? What were the identities of the detectives that were present when you arrived?
There were a handful of detectives that were present. Are you looking for names?
Yes, that's my next
Okay.
question. Yes.
There was Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis. I'm blanking on some of the names, but I want to say Edgar Nahum was there. Brittany, I'm forgetting her last name, but there were numerous detectives that were there.
Do you recall the number of males, females?
As far as detectives?
Yes.
I do not know exactly the number, no.
Okay. You generated a report in reference to your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And you didn't include the names of the detectives in your report?
I did include, I just don't know off the top of my head how many.
Okay. Was it only homicide that was there?
No.
Okay. You agree with me that Metro is divided into various details, groups that investigate certain types of crimes, fair to say?
Yes.
Generally, there's a principal detective, or basically the one's in charge, and then that person delegates various responsibilities to various people?
Yes.
If you recall, who was the primary detective in this case?
It was Detective Justine Gaddis.
Okay. And what other homicide detectives did you interact with in reference to your investigation and collection of evidence in this case?
Her, Cliff Mogg. Again, I'm blanking on names, but may I refer to my report for
Okay,
names?
please.
I apologize. I did not happen to write their names down in my report.
Correct.
I apologize.
So again, we don't know, do we? Because you didn't write it down.
I apologize, yes.
Fair enough. We know homicide was there. There were other detectives from other details, correct?
Yes.
There was Metro Intelligence there, correct?
I'm not completely sure.
You're not sure. So we don't really know who was on this scene where you were collecting evidence and having evidence handed to you, correct?
As far as evidence, only I interacted with homicide that was handling off, so intelligence was not handling off evidence to me.
That you're aware of, but we don't know for sure, do we? Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in reference to you reviewing these drawers, was your attention drawn to what to photograph or what to document within the kitchen area of this residence?
Yes.
And who was it that directed your attention to those drawers?
I don't remember specifically which detective, to be honest.
Okay.
They were all searching at the same time throughout the residence and usually were pulled in different directions.
Fair enough. So there's a fair amount of chaos going on, correct?
Yes.
On the pair of scissors, and I believe it states Exhibit 217, there appeared to be what may have been blood on those scissors, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that, you preserved that.
Correct, yes.
And then that went on to another department to analyze, fair to say?
Yes.
In reference to these shoes, you didn't actually find the shoes, but you were directed by another detective to document or to photograph the pieces of the shoes, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who that was, correct?
I believe that was Detective Nahum that directed me for the shoes.
But you agree with me, you're not sure as you sit here today, are you?
I do remember specifically the shoes, yes.
Okay. But there was more than one, correct? There was bags, I mean, there was multiple particles to these shoes, correct?
Yes.
And they were located where in the residence?
There was a couch in one of the living rooms, the northeast living room, and it was underneath the recliner portion of the couch.
But you were directed once these pieces of these shoes were found to that area, correct? You didn't actually find them, did you?
That is correct.
Where were you at when you were summoned to go and find these pieces of these shoes, or to photograph these pictures of these shoes?
I'm in the side of the residence as well with the detectives, catching up on notes.
What room were you in when you were summoned?
I'm not sure exactly which room I was in.
What time were you summoned?
I'm not sure about that as well.
Same questions concerning this hat that was cut up. You were summoned by a detective to come and photograph the hat, correct?
Yes.
That hat was cut up in pieces, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall where you were at when you were summoned, do you?
I was somewhere within the residence.
Okay, and how large was this residence?
It was a standard 2-story residence.
How many bedrooms?
There's one downstairs. I believe there was the master bedroom upstairs and 2 children's bedrooms upstairs as well.
Did you diagram the residence?
I did not diagram the residence, no.
How many square feet was the residence?
I am not sure.
You arrived at the residence a little after 9 o'clock, is your testimony?
Yes.
What time did you leave the residence?
May I refer to my report?
Please.
I left at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. So
Oh, I apologize. I left at 1:18 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair to say you were in multiple rooms, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the backyard?
Yes.
Side yards?
Yes.
Front yards?
Yes.
There were times while you were at the residence you would have walked out on the street, correct?
Yes.
So you're in and out during this 4-hour period, correct?
Yes.
You're not paying attention to who's there, who's not. Fair to say?
Might not have noticed everybody that walked through. There's so many people there.
Exactly. There were so many people, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes. Do you know what a CAD report is?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the details of an event that is generated once somebody calls into our dispatch. As the dispatcher is receiving the information, they type that into the CAD event, and those are just all the details from that event.
Do you have to tell the dispatcher when you're going to a search warrant?
Like when we get assigned?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to radio in or log in and say that you're going to this particular location?
Yes.
And so you would be in a CAD report as someone at that location?
Yes.
You mentioned that, you discussed on cross-examination with Mr. Draskovich that there was no diagram done in this case, at this location. Is that correct? This was a search warrant, right?
Yes.
It's not a crime scene?
Yes.
You're looking for evidence?
Yes.
Or the detectives are. Diagrams are at crime scenes to note where particular items of evidence are. Is that fair?
Yes, they're generally at the original crime scene.
Okay, not at search warrants?
Correct.
Because items could be hidden and obviously placed there by defendants. Items in a house are placed or under the control of whoever's in that house. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So their location may not be accurate.
Sorry, could you?
Their location, I guess that's a bad question. Their location could be manipulated.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, in reference to the manipulation of these items, it could be manipulated by who's ever in the residence while you are, correct? Law enforcement.
Generally, once I arrive to the crime scene, I will photograph the scene before anybody moves anything or touches anything, so the photos that I have are in its original state as we arrived.
As you arrived, but then you would testify that you were summoned to come and photograph these various items of interest, correct?
As they're located, yes.
Yes, but you weren't doing the locating, correct?
Correct.
Same question concerning this bag, specifically State's Exhibit 306. This bag you did not find, did you?
No.
You were summoned
Yes.
with all the people coming in and out, correct?
With the detectives, the homicide detectives and specifically.
Or other detectives, whoever else was in there with law enforcement, fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. This time you may step down. At this time, we are going to recess for a break. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess till 3:30.
Thank you. All right, connection very please, sir.
All right. Recess. All right. Let's put this over here so we have room. They've stopped beating on that for a minute, so I have a little bit of a... Okay, so we have... Let's start over. Let's play again. God, I forgot his face. Oh, let me get rid of his eyelashes. Fabulous eyelashes. Let's see. I like it better when his face is covered, you know? That's nice. Where do we want to put him? Do we want to put him in the mountains? Do we want to put him at the beach? Under the sea? Okay. Here we go. Under the sea because he's sunk. Okay. Let's give him... Let's give him some fish. Oh, actually... Let's give him a shark. Fish are friends, not food. Shark bait, ooh-ah. This guy's just going to nibble on his ear because since, what's his name here? Tellis likes to nibble on other girls' ears or whatever at work. Oops. Let's see. We'll give him a little bit of a nicer set. Oh, you know what he needs? Wait, not blue. That one makes his head look like a basketball. Which, I mean, there are worse things. His head could look like his head. What about... He's not quite facing the right way for that one. Let's see. What about a snorkel? Let's find him a... That one's too fancy for him. There we go. All right, we got that one. Oh, let me move. That's his court outfit. This is his scuba diving outfit. Fancy. Fancy. The things I do to entertain myself. Oh, a prisoner outfit? Okay, we'll do that one before they come back from break. I have to leave early today because I have a meeting. That's okay. Everybody's left to go to serious channels anyway. Prison outfit? What do you even call it? Prisoner outfit? Prison outfit? Prison ensemble? Oh, they ended that feed. Hold on. We gotta go back. My computer's doing the thing again where it's going slow. And I don't know why. It's like rebelling against this guy. Come on. Jen Devka blah 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 blah. Jen Devka gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to our new members. Good enough. Come on. Why is it doing this? Oh wait, I think I know. There we go. No wonder. No wonder. It's kind of disturbing. He already kind of looks like that guy, so bald head. There we go. Those are his cellies, but we got rid of them for a minute because we're going to make a whole... Well, I guess they can stay. Hold on. We're going to get rid of the cellies. There we go. Oh, he's short? Okay. Oh, here. Do they have ramen noodles? We'll give him some ramen noodles. Because, you know, prison. Wait, he's got to have a little table. Do they have jail desks? Oh, they got pink handcuffs. He gets the convicted. All right, we'll just give him a little desk. Let's see what kind of little desk he gets. Little desk over here built into the wall. Got his ramen noodles. What else they get in jail? Honey buns. Dang, I can't type. None of those really look like honey buns. Oh my gosh, look at these honey buns. That's adorable. Kind of in a scary way. Okay, he'll get, this will be his honey bun. Woo. Big honey bun. Toilet. I guess he gets a toilet. Can't be a nice one though. Although, this one's kind of fun and creepy. Right there by his honey bun. Ew, they actually have toilets with stuff in them. That's gross. Get it together, Canva. Alright, we'll give him this one. Okay, we'll let the guard leave alone for now. Alright, what about a bed? Here's his little jail bed. He's like, I call top bunk. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Hold on.
Everyone, please be seated. Please remain seated and come to order. The court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, we do.
and the defense?
Yes.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
State will call John Martinez to the stand.
cover his face.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, please support.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Jonathan, Jonathan, Martinez, Martinez.
Okay, proceed. Thanks so much. Sir, are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay, so what does that mean, sewer bypass?
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass, plug up the sewer line, suck it up, move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system so they can work on that dried out system.
Does your company perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
Is that like a 1 hour job?
No, it can go on for months, 24
go for
hours.
Months.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd, 2022. Did you and your company perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on that day?
Yes.
If we focus on September 2nd, 2022, and we work our way back, about how long was your company working on Wintergreen?
Probably mid-August.
So you were there in the month of August?
Yes.
So I have a question for you. When you would work on a project like that, was there anything that you and your fellow workers would actually wear on the construction site?
We're required to wear high-vis clothing, usually orange or yellow, with reflective vests or some kind of reflective tape on our chest.
Oh, so you're trying to dress like them.
What is the purpose of wearing bright orange stuff when you're working on a sewer project out in a residential neighborhood?
We usually work in the middle of the road, so we need to be visible to traffic.
So you're in the middle of the street?
Yes.
So if a car drove by, in theory, as you were working, they could see you and your fellow workers all wearing orange clothing?
Yes.
And you were there during the month of August?
Yes.
How many days a week were you and your fellow workers working on Wintergreen in orange jackets?
Every day for 24 hours.
Every day for 24 hours. So if you walked through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
If you drove through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022, probably around 10:30 in the morning, early morning hours, maybe around leading up to about noon. Are you working at Wintergreen?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle at some point around that time, around 10:30ish, catch your attention?
Yes.
Why does it catch your attention?
I was doing a route from Rock Springs to Wintergreen every 30 minutes, and I would pull up in the middle. It was more convenient for me to park in the middle so I wouldn't have to park and then walk down. A vehicle parked in kind of like right before a barricaded sign. If that vehicle was there, it would impede traffic to turn right on, I'm not sure the street name. So when I pulled up, that vehicle was parked on that side right there.
So you were not on foot, you were in your car?
I was in the company truck.
It's like a work truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this car parked over there, what kind of vehicle, what color vehicle was it?
I remember it was red.
Red. Do you see the driver?
Yes.
Is the driver wearing anything?
Orange.
Orange. First impressions, did you think he was part of your work project?
I wasn't really sure.
But he had something similar to what you and all your fellow workers who have been there for the last month have been wearing?
Similar, yes.
So do you kind of pull up in his general direction?
I pulled up in the middle of the road, and he was parked on facing the opposite direction than me on my left.
Do you remember it being filled with lots of people, or was there only one person in the car?
One person.
Okay. As you start to approach this vehicle, does that red car with the person in the orange jacket, does that person stick around?
No, he gave me a wave and then proceeded to drive away.
So that person didn't get out and join your work site?
No.
He didn't ask where I should park to help out and work?
No.
So he just moved on.
Correct.
Did you ever see that red car again, as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You've had, at some point a couple days later, someone from the police department approaches you. Isn't that right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Have you had a chance prior to see some footage, maybe from some like a home surveillance camera?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. But I meant like around that time, you have seen footage previously that depicts kind of what you've described to us. Is that correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. At this time, I believe we have a stipulation that states proposed 338 has been admitted into evidence.
That is correct.
We will be playing a video just entitled John Martinez Video. If we could cue over, please.
He's got his bunkie.
Here, we'll start it up again. I'm going to stop it right here. Do you see a vehicle that you just described to us previously?
Yes.
Okay, where is it located on this footage?
It's the SUV on the right top corner.
All right, resuming playing. That white truck, who's driving that white truck?
I am.
And that's kind of the interchange that you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And the driver at no point rolled down his window to ask you where he should park to join you and your fellow workers on that sewage repair project?
No.
He just drove away.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Examination?
Yes. You were shown this video previously, correct?
Yes, the following Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday after by a detective.
Okay, and this was 2 years ago.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you gave honest answers to the detective when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Tell me you didn't really remember the interaction, did you?
Not really.
And fair to say that, I mean, it's been 2 years, you've had a lot going on. You probably remembered it better then than you would today.
Yeah, I was pretty tired when he interviewed me, but yes.
Okay, he tape recorded your interview, correct?
I believe so.
You were asked if someone tried to get your attention, and you said you didn't really remember, honestly. Fair answer?
Yeah, fair answer.
Case counsel?
I have 179. Fair to say it wasn't a memorable interaction that you had.
I'm sorry?
I said fair to say that it wasn't really a memorable interaction that you had with this person in this vehicle.
I guess.
I mean, you can tell by your face, it didn't stick. I mean, you didn't remember when you were interviewed a couple of days later, really, you know, what happened or the importance of anything. Fair to say?
No, I didn't feel like it was important, no.
You didn't feel like it was important. You never saw this person's face, correct?
I did, just for a very short time.
I see. Were you ever shown any lineups in reference to that person?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, to identify this person.
No, I was never asked to.
Okay. You never spoke to this person?
No.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Briefly. Yeah, briefly. Just to be clear, the police officer who interviewed you didn't ask you the question of, hey, did this guy ever get out and ask where he should park? That officer never asked you that question.
No.
Would you have answered it back then if you were asked that question?
Yes, I would have remembered that.
The first person who asked that question was me, correct?
Correct.
And that was today,
Yeah.
right? Additionally, the question about him getting out and asking for directions, like, that was never asked by this officer. If this driver in the orange jacket in the red car ever sought any information as to where to park. But the police officer never asked you a question like that back then, correct?
Correct.
So you never had an opportunity to answer it until today. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, we have the video, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the driver doesn't get out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he just drives off once you start to approach him.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused from your subpoena. Please state and call our next witness.
We're going to call Detective Cliff Mogg to stand.
Detective Cliff Mogg. All right, so there's our final product. 6:15. I had 30. I have about 5 to 10 minutes before I have to go. See how far we can get, and we'll watch the rest tomorrow. Taking requests now.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell out your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, Clifford. Last name is Mogg, M as in Mary, O-G-G.
May I proceed?
You may.
All right. You don't have anyone. Okay, that's all right. Sir, normally I'd ask you what you currently do for a living, but I first want to ask you, maybe as late as or as early as late as last year, what were you doing here in Las Vegas?
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Currently, what do you do? Do you have a new profession, or at least a follow-up of your police work?
I'm a contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I have my own company, and that's what I do currently.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance?
I was.
And just to be clear, was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death. I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence. Down the street there were a couple other houses. Some of them did not have any surveillance that was available, either because the camera didn't record it or it wasn't within the range of the camera. I recovered some surveillance video from a house at the corner of Wintergreen and Bronze Circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the Wintergreen Drive.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found footage on Wintergreen of the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your line of work, whether it's in a residential area like in the outdoors or maybe at a casino, is there a process that if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method in which you try to track the movements of someone?
Yes. So once we collect surveillance video, and we collect it for a certain time frame where we believe the crime occurred or where the suspect may have been in the area. At that point, we start reviewing the camera footage from the time that we get it until the time that video footage ends, looking for the suspect. If we find the suspect or the suspect's vehicle in any of those video clips, then what we do is start going backwards and looking further down the street, around the corner, down the other streets, businesses that are in the area, to see if we can determine when the suspect or the suspect's vehicle arrived in the area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately, you are trying to find, ideally, the ultimate origin, let's say in this case, the suspect car. You're trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just, Wintergreen and Bronze Circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance that extended beyond just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay, how far out are you going, sir?
Miles. I think it's actually, driving the route, it's approximately 5.4 miles out that we went to collect video.
So you just kind of start what? Hitting businesses or residences kind of all along this route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there was 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from the digital forensic unit that helped us. We had other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe I probably had 25 detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay, let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders. Some of it was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing, just the first 6, of locations that had video that was of an evidentiary value that I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And let me just stop you right there. And just to be clear, the suspect vehicle is not the only thing that you were tracking, correct, in terms of this PowerPoint and the compilation of the video. Is that right?
That's correct. We also tracked the victim.
Okay, so for example, I see number 3. What's significant about number 3?
So number 3 is Roberto's Taco Shop. It's located just north of Charleston on Rainbow, and the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Is this additional footage?
Correct.
And additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tellez, then what I did was just used what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tellez's residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a
Okay, we got to stop here. I should have actually stopped 15 minutes ago, but I mean, that's okay. We were busy doing this. But I have to stop. So I'm going to pause it where we're at, and we can watch the rest of it tomorrow. But I have a meeting, and then I'm going to the bingo. I've been working a lot, and I'm going to the bingo. So, but I have a meeting in literally 15 minutes, so I have to go. We will watch whatever they finish tonight, the next hour or whatever we will watch. And I'll get the stream set up tonight when I get home. I'll get the stream set up. Marie Moss with our stats. Oh, how I've missed Marie Moss's stats. 8 witnesses. That's a lot in one day. 8 witnesses, 1 sidebar, and 1 objection. And that's it. That's it. Not too shabby, right? This trial is moving right along. So, I appreciate all of you hanging out. I love you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. We are going to speed trial tomorrow because Lord knows my ADD can't take going this slow. So we'll start a little bit later. We'll speed trial. That way we can skip the breaks and all that good stuff. And we'll catch up on this too. And tomorrow, before we get started, we are going to watch Sarah Boone. She had a hearing today, so we'll watch that tomorrow before we get started too and go over all of that. All right. I love y'all.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye, people. Now how the heck do I get out of here?